Welcome, everyone. Good evening. I'm going to call to order the March 2nd, 2026 meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Of course. Vice Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Burt? Here. Mayor Vinker?
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Here.
Councilmember Liu?
Here.
Councilmember Rectal?
Here.
Councilmember Lowing?
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. Does Councilmember Lithcott-Hames need to make a statement? Okay, please.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much. Per the requirements of the Brown Act, I need to state that I'm attending this meeting remotely from Houston, Texas, where I'm staying at the Omni Hotel Houston, located at 4 Riverway, and I'm sitting in their Museum Park room. It's a conference room. This room is open to the public, and the agenda for our meeting was posted outside this room early Friday, which is more than 72 hours prior to tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for arranging for all that. With that, we will move on to our special orders of the day. And this is a great one every year. The first one is the Santa Clara County Science and Engineering Fair Association 2026 Science Fair winners from Palo Alto. So I understand that we will have an introduction of the winners. Or the city manager is going to.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse the awkward entrance here. Always try to stay out of the photographs for the special order, so I was trying to stay out of the way. But that said, would like to invite Mr. Forrest Williams to provide a brief overview of the program for the City Council and community members.
Oh, excellent. Yes, please, Mr. Williams. Nice to have you back again this year.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thanks to the mayor, the council members, staff for making this event possible. It's a great consideration and recognition for our students that have demonstrated that they are capable and that they are preparing themselves for the future, and that we will be in that future as they are making it better for us. I know that we're going to strive to resolve many problems with that as long as we're here and are able to do it, but we've got to leave it to someone. And leaving it to someone that we know that are striving to make things better for us is a significant comfort for us that they are achieving. First, I'd like to introduce our Ann Burrell. She's the person who's responsible for the students who are the cream de cream. We have a science fair, we have evaluation, and then she makes the determination as to where they should go and who the next step is. We also have with us Mr. O.N.G. Could you stand, please? He's helping us with the science fair. He's with the publication department. And Catherine is not here yet, but she is also a part of our publications department to make sure that we get the message out to the parents, to the students, and all, even the people who want to come to the fair. And first of all, I'd like to invite you to our science fair, which is on the 10th of March, which is not too far away. So come and see the excitement and be amazed at what these students can do. So we'll ask, at this time, we'll ask all of the students to come up, and if they would like to say a word about the projects, if you will allow that, and we'll proceed from that point. Thank you. So
Yes, that would be lovely. Please do come up there. And just quickly, the science fair on March 10th, where is that?
in San Jose.
Sounds Thank
at
you.
the science fair. If you're familiar with San Jose, it's the big tent near near the convention center.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll ask all the students to come up, the winners. Just stand right, come here, we will take a picture. If you would like to say a word or two about your projects, we'll entertain that now. So just be brief.
Perhaps I could ask Mr. Williams to have each of the students just give us the title of their projects, and then we'll ask you to join the city council up at the dais for a photo as a group.
Okay.
Maybe say your name, which school, and the name of your project would be great.
Yeah, so my name is Yo Sung. I go to Valley Christian. My project was on a comparison of two pathfinding algorithms. There's one that I made myself that I call Dr. RT, Direct Route RRT, and another one that already exists, which is RRT. And I compared how they can work with pathfinding. So the main issue I was trying to solve is with wildfires. And big problem is trying to get to the wildfire on time and avoiding other obstacles. So what I was trying to see is if my own pathfinding algorithm would be able to get there more effectively or not.
Hello, my name is Alexis Shank. I'm from Stratford, Palo Alto, and I designed and prototyped menstrual pads that are healthy in 4 ways: in shape, adhesion, absorbency, and also comfort.
Hi, my name is Dia, and I go to Gunn High School in Palo Alto. I designed an experiment that tested the effect of different nutrients on the growth of lawns grown hydroponically.
Hi, my name is Kavya Tadavardi. I go to Gunn High School. I'm a senior, and I built and designed a wearable glove to enable long-distance communication for individuals who are deafblind.
Hello, my name is Ishan Joshi. I'm a junior at Gunn High School. My project was called On the Nilpotence of Mufang Loops, and I proved that if you have the product of 2 nilpotent Mufang loops, and the product is also nilpotent.
Hello, my name is Dia Sani. I go to Stratford Palo Alto, and I'm currently in 8th grade. And my project previously was on creating levitating cities using electromagnetism.
Hello, my name is Nam Dadon. I go to Gideon Hasner Day School in Palo Alto, and my project was creating a glove that could warm up using a chemical reaction and fitting it onto one compact small glove.
Hello, I'm McKenna Chang, and I go to Gunn High School, and I am a junior. And my project was engineering an AI communication system to aid Alzheimer's patients facing social isolation.
Hello, I'm Aditya Banwasi. I'm a sophomore at the Harker School, and I created a project called Deep Sleep, using deep learning to detect obstructive sleep apnea from encephalogram data.
Well, congratulations to all of you, and thank you for describing that to us. You're an inspiration. We're very proud, and after a round of applause, we'll invite you up here for a picture.
Parents, feel free to come on out. This is an opportunity. Don't be bashful.
All right, well, thank you again. And with that, we will move on to our second special order of the day, which is to review applications and select candidates to interview for several of our boards and commissions. Madam Clerk, do you want to start us off here?
So good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Nicole Bissell, Deputy City Clerk. I'm joined by Mahailani Ayun, City Clerk, and tonight we'll be reviewing applications for our 2026 Boards and Commissions Spring Recruitment. Electronic ballots have been sent out to the council and the results are being tabulated. In the meantime, I'm going to walk you through a couple details of this recruitment cycle. So included in this recruitment, we had 10 vacancies across 5 commissions. The Historic Resources Board had 3 full-term vacancies. The Human Relations Commission had 1 partial-term vacancy. The Planning and Transportation Commission had 2 full-term vacancies. The Stormwater Management Oversight Committee had 1 partial-term vacancy. And finally, the Utilities Advisory Commission had 3 full-term vacancies. As for recruitment timeline, recruitment opened on January 13th and closed on February 18th. At tonight's council meeting, we'll be selecting candidates to interview. And then on March 23rd, we have tentatively scheduled the candidate interviews themselves. And on April 6th, we have tentatively scheduled appointments. As for our interview process, our approved process is as follows. The number of interviewees varies based on the number of vacancies. So if we had 6 or fewer applicants, the guidance would be to interview all candidates. For 1 to 2 openings, the guidance would be to interview up to 6 candidates. For 3 openings, the guidance would be to interview up to 8 candidates. And council members will vote on whom they would like to interview, being allowed twice the number of votes as there are vacancies. The top vote getters are interviewed, and candidates must receive at least 2 votes to be interviewed. So this slide just shows a summary of our vacancies in our applications. HRB, as you can see, which had 3 vacancies, received 3 applications, so the guidance would be to interview all candidates. HRC, which had 1 vacancy, received 9 applications, and the guidance would be to interview up to 6 candidates. PTC, which had 2 vacancies, received 11 applications, and the guidance would be to interview up to 6 candidates. Stormwater had 1 vacancy and no applications have been received at this time. And for Utilities Advisory Commission, which had 3 vacancies, we received 10 applications, and the guidance would be to interview up to 8 candidates. So now I'll go over the results by commission. For Historic Resources Board, we had 3 applicants for 3 full-term vacancies. There's no vote to be taken at this time as for the interview process because the procedures indicate that all candidates should be interviewed, given that less than 6 applications are received. That being said, council does have the discretion for this commission or any other boards or commissions to extend the recruitment if they desire. For the Human Relations Commission, we had 9 applicants for 1 partial term vacancy, and the votes are as follow. Anne-Marie Dulege received 1 vote from Mayor Vinker. Cynthia Wood received 1 vote from Councilmember Liu. Deborah Goldine, no votes. Ellen Bobb received votes from Burt, Lowing, Lithcott-Hames, and Rechtel. Halia Hanna received no votes. Johnaki Bose received no votes. Razel Rosenberg received votes from Liu, Rechtel, Stone, and Vinker. Raymond Goins received votes from Lithcott-Hames, and Rona Hu received votes from Burt, Lowing, and Stone. So for this commission, we have 3 candidates moving on to the interview process: Ellen Bobb, Razel Rosenberg, and Rona Hu.
For the Planning and Transportation Commission, we had 11 applicants for 2 full-term vacancies. Bobby Adel received no votes. Bryna Chang received votes from Burt, Lowing, Liu, Lithcott-Hames, Ruckdahl, Stone, and Vinker. Daniel Philip Benas received votes from Burt and Ruckdahl. David Wu and Ellen Shea received no votes. Forrest Olaf Peterson received votes from Liu, Lithcott-Hames, Stone, and Vinker. Jeff Watt received votes from Burt, Liu, Lithcott-Hames, and Ruckdahl. Joyce Beatty received no votes. Martin Blanchette received votes from Stone and Vinker. Nikita Kutselev received no votes, and Tom Siegel received votes from Burt, Lowing, Liu, Ruckdahl, Stone, and Vinker. As for the Stormwater Management Oversight Committee, as I mentioned previously, no applications were received. Staff is recommending extending this recruitment. And finally, for the Utilities Advisory Commission, there were 10 applications for 3 full-term vacancies, and the votes are as followed. Andy Poggio received votes from Ruckdahl. Barry Wolf received votes from Ruckdahl. Benjamin Pirou received votes from Burt, Lowing, and Stone. Grant Chang received votes from Liu and Stone. Greg Scharf received votes from Burt, Lowing, Liu, Lithcott-Hames, Ruckdahl, Stone, and Vinker. Hassan Naqvi received no votes. Julia Zetlin received votes from Burt, Liu, Lithcott-Hames, Ruckdahl, Stone, and Vinker. Megan Mauder received votes from Burt, Lowing, Liu, Ruckdahl, Stone, and Vinker. Olgu Tanraverdi received votes from Burt and Liu, and Robert L. Phillips received votes from Burt, Lowing, Liu, Ruckdahl, Stone, and Vinker. So for this commission, we would have Benjamin Pirou, Grant Chang, Greg Scharf, Julia Zetlin, Megan Mauder, Olgu Tanraverdi, and Robert L. Phillips proceeding to the interview round. And finally, as for our next steps, the clerk's office will reach out to the candidates to coordinate interviews, which are tentatively scheduled for the March 23rd City Council meeting, and appointments are tentatively scheduled for the April 6th Council meeting.
Thank you. Wow, I think we finally found the process. We have been working on this for years, but I think we've got it. That said, I wanted to ask my colleagues about the HRB. We know that the Stormwater Commission, there will be extended recruitment for that, since we did not have applicants. The HRB had the precise number of applicants as there were positions, so we should discuss whether or not we would like to extend that recruitment so we could have a broader pool. Colleagues, thoughts? Councilmember Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we should extend the recruitment for HRB.
Councilmember Lowing.
Agree. I think it's just not good policy to have the exact number of candidates that we have openings for, which might imply to the public that we're going to just sort of take whatever we get, which of course we won't. But
I would concur with that. Other thoughts? Do we need to vote on whether to extend the recruitment? Or can you just take advice? I can ask colleagues. Does anyone object to extending the recruitment for HRB? Seeing no lights and no indication, is that sufficient as far as staff is concerned?
I feel that's clear direction for the clerk's office to extend the recruitment for the Historic Resources Board.
Okay. Well, thank you. We know you did an awful lot to get us this far. We're grateful and appreciate if you help us just get a little further.
Of course.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the special orders of the day, and we move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager?
We have no changes on your agenda tonight.
Great, okay. Then we will, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, I just realized I didn't check the screen. Did you have your hand up by chance? No? Okay. All right. I'm going to try to remember to do that, but just wave wildly or something if I forget. Okay, let's move on to public comment on matters not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment tonight?
Yes, we do, and we have 3 requests to speak.
Excellent.
Our first speaker is Barbara H.
Good evening, everyone. It's hard to follow those science awards. What an incredible thing. I'm glad I was here. Anyway, my name is Barbara Hazlett. I'm a 45-year homeowner on Emerson Street in Professorville. I'm against closing Churchill Avenue at the train tracks, even on a temporary basis, as temporary is a smokescreen in my mind, likely meaning permanent. As you know, Churchill is one of only 3 east-west conduits in the north part of Palo Alto. As became clear during the years of rail crossing analysis, XCAP, and council meetings, a Churchill closure will result in dumping thousands of more cars a day onto Embarcadero. This will turn Embarcadero and the cross streets into gridlock, making matters far worse than they currently are. Supposedly solving a perceived problem on Churchill by transferring it to surrounding neighborhoods is not a solution. It is a redistribution resulting in real harm. Professorville and Embarcadero neighbors, which you should know, are very concerned about detrimental impacts, including restricted access to one's property, serious increases in air and noise pollution, and delays in emergency response times, where minutes can make the difference between life and death. And what about the increased safety concerns for our children created by thousands more cars speeding past the 3 schools that front Embarcadero, namely Walter Hayes, Castellea, and Pali? Ignoring these issues does not make them less real. Please take the so-called temporary Churchill closure off the table, respect prior council's decision regarding an underpass solution, and do not reopen this madness. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Otesque S.
Can we alter the order, maybe? No? Okay.
Apologies. Hello, my name is Otesque Biksaki Shabala. I'll be speaking to kind of prime what our next speaker will be talking about. So my name is Otesque Biksaki Shabala. I come from the Blackfeet and Navajo Nations, and I'm a senior from Stanford University. I'm one of the co-chairs for the Stanford Powwow, and we wanted to reach out today to ask about possible assistance in bringing our powwow together this year. I don't know if any of you have attended the Stanford Powwow, but our Stanford Powwow is going on to its 55th year as being a purely student-led event. For over 5 decades, it has served as a space to celebrate Indigenous excellence, honor cultural traditions, and foster intertribal community. Each year, we welcome thousands of attendees, not only from the university and local community, but from across the United States and Canada. Powwows are not just performances, they're living cultural gatherings. An integral part of powwow is the singing and dancing competition, where prize money goes directly back to the native singers, drummers, and dancers who travel long distances to share their traditions. So most of our funding that we have goes into the facilities and groundkeeping for our school, but we're focused on raising more money to go back into the community itself. Of our budget, we have about 60,000 extra that we want to make up, and we've fundraised a lot this year, but to maintain the powwow the way that we want to, we would need to keep maintaining the 60,000 additional funding every single year. So we're reaching out for possible support. All of this money goes back straight to the community itself and to the integral aspect of the powwow itself. Ongoing community investment would ensure that this 55-year tradition continues to thrive, not only as a Stanford event, but as a regional gathering that uplifts Indigenous communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Angela W.
Hello, sorry for that. This is my first council meeting, first public comment ever. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So happy to be here and see the youth engaged in science. My name is Angela. I'm a junior at Stanford and a member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation. I also serve as co-chair for the Stanford Powwow. And if you don't know, it's an annual event held every Mother's Day weekend. Bring your moms. And each year it brings thousands of dancers, drum groups, artists, families to Palo Alto, including visitors traveling across California, the states, actually the continent. So for that weekend, Palo Alto sees increased hotel stays, restaurant traffic, and small business activity. We also consistently see strong attendance from Palo Alto residents and neighboring communities who return year after year. This annual event is free and open to the public, and it has become a meaningful annual tradition for many families, including my own. After standard, like Otsue mentioned, after Stanford funding and other committed sources we have, and again, this is a 55-year running powwow, we've had many sources, but everyone's feeling increased costs. We must raise approximately $60,000 in additional donations every year, continuing after this. So due to operational costs required to maintain everything that goes there. We are seeking $15,000 in city partnership support. That contribution would meaningfully help sustain this longstanding community event, ensure it remains safe, accessible, and welcoming to the Palo Alto community and those traveling from all over to visit the city and Stanford. We would welcome the opportunity to follow up with the city staff and explore how this partnership could be structured. And we warmly invite each of you to attend the powwow this year, even if nothing comes of this. It's a great experience, and I'd love for you to join. I also want to say, like, this is, well, although it is the Stanford powwow, Stanford affiliated, we bring in such a huge community here, and it has become a large part of the Bay Area community, in addition to Stanford. So thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope you have a lovely night. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Excellent. Well, thank you to all of our public commenters, including those who did this for the first time. It takes some bravery, and we appreciate it. And yes, you can reach out to staff with further information and get their contact information. All right. Council member questions, comments, and announcements. Colleagues, what say you? Council member Lowing.
Yes, thanks very much. I just wanted to report that this weekend I had a cultural and religious trifecta in 24 hours, and some of you were at some of those events that I was at as well. First of all, on Saturday afternoon, the celebration of the Year of the Horse, Chinese New Year's, sponsored by Agendized, who we are a great participant in as one of our partners, and it was just absolutely beautiful. And celebratory and just a whole lot of fun. That night was the Ramadan dinner that a number of us attended as well. Very meaningful and very spiritual. There was a lot of talk about food, since it was also a dinner and break the fast. But I love the whole sort of feeling of that celebration. And then third, onto the third culture religion, on Sunday morning, there was a celebration of the just crazy Jewish holiday called Purim, with groggers against the evil folks who tried to destroy the Jews, and celebration that didn't happen, and celebration in food and costume, and it was a great fun. So just the idea that I could have that experience as just one person with, three different religions and cultures, all happy, all participating in their own way in the same weekend, same 24 hours, was just very meaningful to me personally.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask if we can get an update on the status of the public safety building, construction completion and move-in dates, whether this evening or next council meeting.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by just offering, since I'm not there in person, you couldn't see me wildly supporting our youth who are winners of the Science and Engineering Fair. And I just want to say how proud I feel as a member of this community and how inspired I feel. We've got obviously great students with great minds meeting the incredible opportunities for learning and enrichment that our region provides. So kudos to everybody who supported our students and to the students themselves. You've really done the city proud, and so congratulations to you, and keep following that incredible passion of yours. I was thrilled to hear the Stanford students come speak about powwow. It is in its 55th year. I remember as an undergraduate many, many years ago, I attended powwow as a student and didn't appreciate that it was entirely student run until I was an administrator and had a bit more of a sense of how it all got put together. I have gone many times on Mother's Day weekend myself. And if there is appetite among council members, I certainly would be in favor of putting some council contingency funds toward that request. So I just want to be on the record as saying that. And like Councilmember Lowing, I enjoyed 2 of the 3 events he mentioned. Lunar New Year, Year of the Fire Horse, such an important and exciting celebration at Mitchell Park. Really loved getting to be a part of that and seeing the community come out. And then Ramadan Mubarak to all who are Muslim, are celebrating Ramadan. I did attend the iftar dinner, and it should be said that the city made this dinner possible 2 years ago. And when the organizers looked around at the size and scope of the dinner this year, they were very grateful that that support had come at an important time in that community 2 years ago. So here's to continued incredibly diverse cultural celebrations. This is something we can all be incredibly proud of. Our diversity is definitely a hallmark of our city and what we have to offer. Thank you.
Other colleagues? Seeing none, I'll bring it home here. I too am excited to hear about the powwow. When I got married, Amazing Grace was sung in Cherokee in honor of my husband's heritage and, of course, now my daughter's. So I'm excited to see this happen in our community. I'm just going to simply say it was great the community had all these events this weekend because I got to see all my colleagues at them. So saw Councilmember Lithgott-Hames in the morning at the Teen Career Path event at Mitchell Park, and saw Councilmembers Lowing and Liu at the Avenidas Lunar New Year celebration at Coverly in the afternoon, and in the evening, the iftar dinner, I saw most of you. So it was a pleasure, and it was a pleasure to give a proclamation there and follow in the steps of Mayor Lowing, who had done so last year. But I do have one other announcement that I would like to close us out with, which is if you came into City Hall tonight from King Plaza, you might have noticed that the flags were lowered to half-staff. And this was done in remembrance, respect, and mourning of the late Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., and will continue through March 7th. And we're doing this as part of a collective action across the nations by other mayors and governors, and the collective action is led by the African American Mayors Association. So upon receiving a letter from them, I spoke to the vice mayor and the city manager and told them I wished to do this, and they very readily agreed. So thank you both for that. And I'm going to quote just a little bit of what the AAMA leaders said in their letter. They said, "Our cities and our nation as a whole owe a tremendous debt to Reverend Jackson for his life of service and his commitment to justice for all people. He knew that the fight for civil rights, labor rights, LGBTQ+ rights, and women's rights are inherently interconnected. Few leaders in history have been so committed to coalition building. Moreover, he recognized that the fight for justice knows no borders, and thus his impact is visible around the globe, from his home in South Carolina to his humanitarian work in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and beyond. So especially as we face renewed attacks on fundamental civil rights and concerted efforts to erase our history, it is all the more important for us to uplift the lives and legacy of civil rights heroes like the Reverend." Close quote. So I thank them for offering us this opportunity to participate, and you can take note of that either, well, I guess the flags may be down by the time we get out of here, but the rest of this week. So would you join me, please, in a quick moment of silence? All right, thank you. Okay, so let's move on to our study session for the evening. This is the Palo Alto Link Program and Transit Futures Review. Welcome. Are we looking for our director? Is that? We are ahead of schedule. We're rocking and rolling tonight.
That's okay. That's a good practice for staff to have to catch up. Let's go ahead and get started. I think, Mr. Bayer,
If you're
ready
willing, hate to put you on the spot, but we'd be grateful.
to start the presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Nate Baird. I am a Transportation Planning Manager in the Office of Transportation. We have a short presentation to augment the staff report. We are reviewing this evening the Palo Alto Link program and discussing the city's transit future. Before we get to the link, we wanted to highlight our very unique and regionally fragmented transit context. We are in the very farthest corner of one system, see the small green tree served by VTA, and immediately adjacent to Sanford's Marguerite system. We are also served by San Mateo's Samtrans, AC Transit's Dumbarton Express, and the Caltrain, all of which have limited local utility. This context presents unique first last mile challenges, in particular for those for whom walking and bicycling is difficult. Since 1999, the Crosstown and Embarcadero shuttle routes have met some of the transit-less north-south gaps we face in connecting to regional transit providers. By 2019, the Crosstown and Embarcadero routes served 550 riders per day and 140,000 riders annually. Palo Alto Link, for comparison, serves about 100 to 300 trips per day and about 60,000 riders annually in 2025. Both the Crosstown and Embarcadero shuttle routes included special student trippers, whereas Palo Alto Link has been set up to dissuade general student riders. Regular weekly PAL riders number about 250. An East Palo Alto shuttle route was added for a couple years, and in 2017, the city's draft transit plan looked at shuttle route and service expansion options, including a new route to serve South Palo Alto, not included on the map here. With no funding identified for these expansions, and then the cancellation of the remaining shuttle routes following the ridership drop-off associated with the pandemic, funding for the shuttle system was discontinued in 2020 to save costs. With Council's review of the 2017 transit plan, staff were directed to also investigate a flex transit model, and staff pursued and won funds from VTA's Innovative Transit Program to trial an 18-month on-demand transit pilot. The service launched nearly 3 years ago on March 7th, 2023. Grant and partnership funds have extended the pilot program through the end of this fiscal year. This past June, Council discussed options for continuation, considering unknown long-term funding. Next slide. Again, the Palo Alto Link serves Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., providing nearest intersection to nearest intersection rides for the general population, with address-to-address rides available for seniors and those with disabilities. Next slide. While Council originally directed staff to wind down the service by December 2025, staff recommended and received approval to renew VIA's service contract through June 30th, 2026, to potentially make use of applied for grant funds from the Transportation for Clean Air Fund. These funds were awarded and made possible continuing the service through the end of the current fiscal year. Staff were also directed to consider and present termination implications and alternate service options. Sanford Research Park partnership funds and grant funds have balanced by some fare recovery, have extended our 18-month pilot to 36 months. But grant funds are winding down and not expected for any additional out years. Next slide. In reviewing both service adjustment options to the current Palo Alto Link program, a return to shuttles, or a switch to subsidizing TNC services such as Uber or Lyft instead, staff reviewed both ridership impacts and costs. Lesser known, but probably more advantageous, would be to partner up with other municipalities in some sort of hyper-local, sub-regional strategy to address our borders, our boundaries. But the funding sources available for that do not make that approach easy. Costs for the current Palo Alto Link program range from $85,000 to $125,000 per month. At the lower range, we are saving driver hour costs, but that results in average ETAs above 20 minutes and a high ride unavailable rate of around 20% as well. An unavailable rate means you request a ride on the app and it tells you we can't give you a ride now, right now we're all booked. Above $100,000 per month, we achieve better service levels, but none of the approaches really saves costs. We looked at raising fares, reducing driver hours, restricting the service just to discounted fares, prioritizing discounted fares and pre-booking. All of these things decrease our ridership. We also looked at prioritizing shifting rides to available transit options. That's only about 5 to 6% of our rides, could be replaced by a VTA or Caltrain route. We also looked at resuming the former shuttle system. This would shrink our current service area back to just a quarter mile along the chosen corridor or corridors, and each route would likely cost at least as much as Palo Alto Link, and without any identified funding partners thus far. While Palo Alto Link or a TNC service could be designed to serve just vulnerable riders, cost per trip would likely rise without partnership funding. Currently, SRP's commute trips help subsidize our midday trips. None of the options we looked at stand to increase ridership or to improve our cost per rider. Next slide. Feedback from the PTC in November and from users generally has been very positive. The service certainly meets community member needs, especially for families with special needs, and has been a useful 3-year pilot. Some seniors have difficulty with the app-based nature of the service. Many others would like to see the service go beyond our current boundaries and into the evenings and weekends. Next slide. So these are the key fiscal parameters we've been navigating. About $26 per trip, 5% of costs covered by fares, about 35 to 45% of our annual costs covered by Stanford Research Park. Winding down by June 30th, 2026 saves approximately $250,000 in fiscal year 26-27 and approximately $700,000 per year in out years, also resulting in the loss of $400,000 to $600,000 in Stanford Research Park partnership funding annually. So that concludes our presentation. We look forward to discussing any feedback you have on service performance and transit funding options as Palo Alto Link concludes service June 30th, 2026.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Director Lowe, I apologize for starting so darn early, but I don't know if you wanted to add anything before we move on?
No, thank you for starting early.
Oh, very good. Colleagues, do you have any clarifying questions for staff before we go to public comment? I welcome you. Looks like Councilmember Rectal?
Yeah. You mentioned 250 power users. Can you describe what the power users are?
Sure. One of the metrics VIA gives us feedback on is just how many people are regularly taking the service versus new riders. So 250 regular riders, they're not necessarily riding every day, but many of them do often do round trips. versus new riders, and we do continue to have new riders as well to the service.
Do we know how many of the rides, how many unique people did we serve over the year?
We do have a number that captures that. I don't have it off the top of my head right now, but I can look it up.
I mean, would you characterize this being serving a small niche that are heavily use it, or is it spread over a lot of people who use it infrequently?
It's a mix of both, frankly. We are a destination place, and so new people visiting do utilize the service, but we do have a core group of commuters and folks who use it for different kinds of trips available to them. So it's kind of a mix. I wouldn't know how to break it down necessarily.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
We do have VIA staff here who can help augment staff questions if interested in hearing from them. This is, you want to introduce yourself, Tom?
Sure, if you want to address Councilmember Ekdahl's question. Sure.
Esteemed Council, my name is Tanju Kher with VIA. To directly answer the question that was posed in terms of unique riders, since September 1st, we've had 1,426 unique riders riding the service. As Mr. Baird had mentioned, that there are a certain percentage of these riders that you do use this very frequently. They are what's considered power users that I would say would regularly use the service multiple times per week, but just to give you some stats in terms of the actual total ridership.
Thank you.
Now, Councilmember Burt.
Yes, thanks. I just want to make sure I understand the cost to the general fund if we were to, for FY27, if we were to continue, we'd still have the Stanford Research Park contribution, but are we anticipating the SFCA grant to be renewed?
I do not anticipate renewing the TFCA grant. This program's not very competitive for it, but the funds we do have could be stretched through to June 30, 2027. So it kind of depends on whether we can get some general fund savings this year, or we could, push them forward to the next year. It's difficult though.
Well, we budgeted a certain amount for FY26. So if we stuck to that budget, including the SFCA grant, then I'm trying to understand what would be the impact on the FY27 budget. On slide 9, it said it would save $250,000 per year in that budget. Is that all it would save by eliminating the program?
Yeah, I guess part of what we're doing there is saying that the TFCA, because we can stretch the TFCA funds, we would only need that much general fund to go one more year.
So when you say stretch it, is that just that we aren't needing to utilize them this year based upon the service level we're providing?
So yeah, so the last couple years, because the funding has been at issue, we've been experimenting with different budgets per month. And that's where in the presentation I was talking a bit about, we have a range of cost per month that we kind of budget for. The lower we go, on the lower end of that range, it has real service impacts and the quality of usage impacts for our riders. And then at the higher range, those are a bit better, and we do spend those funds quicker. Though.
We right now have a certain service level. If we continued that service level, you're saying that we would have a certain amount of the SFCA funds left over to carry into FY27?
We could spread some of those to FY. Those funds are available to us through June 30th, 2027. Right now, our plan is to spend as much of those as we can through June 30th.
Now I'm more confused. So we have a certain spend rate right now based on the service that we're providing. If we continue to provide that service, same service, not change it, through the end of this fiscal year, how much would we have left over in the SFCA funds?
The TFCA funds.
TFCA, sorry.
I would bill for most of them. It's $456,000 available, and we were going to start billing for January.
So are you saying that if we continued the service that we're currently providing, then we would basically consume the remainder of the TFCA funds in FY26, and we would not have them for FY27? We would only have some of those funds for FY27 if we reduce the service level for the remainder of FY26. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else before we go to public comment? We'll bring it back after. Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have a public comment on this item?
Yes, we do. We have 2 requests to speak. Our first speaker is Herb B.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was a rider on we had the fixed routes between activity centers, and I believe that's what we should be returning to. The ridership there was typical we have local routes with VTA, which just tended to be people who didn't have a car, low income people, preponderance of renters, even when there were various activity centers for unhoused people, and it was free, it wasn't paid now the way Link is, and it went between activity centers in the city. Link serves various different populations. Those also served by others. That is, for seniors, Avenues has a program for providing rides. For disabled, there's the VTA Access Program. And for those who don't want to be riding on VTA or the old Crosstown program, who have just as far to walk as the people to get to a stop as the people who were using it, they had private transportation companies, and they're the ones who were most subsidized, because instead of paying for Uber or Lyft or Waymo, the Link was cheaper. But they, just as the other people who were using VTA and the private Crosstown, were just as far from the stops as the others. And then there was Stanford with all the various Stanford users, not just the research park, but rides go to the hospital, to the campus. And it seems that if Stanford wanted to have that system, Link by its own, it would not be able to do it for the same price, because it's depending upon the city's access, not just the city's funds, but as had before VTA money to subsidize it. So I would think that if you went back to the system that we had before, if there are city funds needed to be spent for it, it would be the former free service with the fixed route, the Crosstown, and the Embarcadero route, and possibly the third route, rather than continuing the Link system. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ton C.
Good evening, esteemed Mayor and Council. My name is Ton Chukera, and I'm on the partnerships team at VIA, which you know is the turnkey provider for Palo Alto Link. We also provide transit solutions to over 800 partners worldwide and in the Bay Area. In addition to Palo Alto Link, we also operate microtransit solutions in Cupertino, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, Richmond, and Fremont. I'd like to first start off by saying that on behalf of VIA, it's been a pleasure and honor working with the city's transportation team. We admire their commitment to service and their partnership in making Link what it is today. And thank you to the Palo Alto elected leadership for years of commitment to the service. And lastly, of course, it has been an honor serving the thousands of riders who have come to love Link within the community. Today, I'd like to speak on behalf of the value of the service on behalf of the most vulnerable residents in Palo Alto, specifically the elderly and disabled riders, many of whom are economically challenged and rely on the service because it serves a need that no other transit option can provide. Our ridership stats show that slightly more than half of rides from the general rider pool are taken by elderly, disabled, and economically challenged riders. And other than general commuting, the top destinations for vulnerable riders include medical facilities and commercial centers, indicating that LINK represents a key avenue of independence and empowerment. As mentioned in the staff's report, we've spent months partnering with the city's transportation team to analyze alternatives for the service and conclude that LINK is the most cost-effective way to provide transit service in Palo Alto to meet this dispersed demand. I'm here to encourage council to extend the service beyond June 2026 under two key conditions. Number one, that LINK is redesigned to prioritize these vulnerable riders. And two, we continue to explore collaborative funding options like the partnership with Stanford Research Park in minimizing costs incurred by the city. And as a reminder, SRP currently covers about half of the operating costs. And if this funding partnership is eliminated, that also gets winded down. In collaboration with Palo Alto's transportation team, VIA is committed to reconfiguring LINK to find a sustainable future that is impactful and cost-effective. We thank you for your time and consideration and would be happy to answer any questions today at any point in the future. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on study session item 3.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the public commenters. Colleagues, comments, questions, advice, other thoughts? Okay, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Curious of the percentage of riders that are youth riders. Do we have that? We got information on disabled and seniors, but staff report was silent on youth riders. And I know we offer free rides to young people seeking mental health services, and I think there's some other qualifiers there. Do you have any additional data on that? I can follow up with that. Yeah, if through the mayor. Thank you.
VIA is happy to follow up with that specific information, but I do not have that stat available right at this minute.
Anecdotally, do you have anything to share just as far as youth accessing those, the free rides to be able to seek out the mental health support or other kind of youth services? I can't quite remember exactly how we defined it.
Yes, so as I mentioned, about half of the general ridership pool, which represents half of total riders because SRP does represent half, of that 50% that is not vulnerable riders. I do believe that a significant proportion of that does represent youth riders, but at this point I don't have that specific information available.
Yeah, if you could follow up, that would be really helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think whatever we do end up doing, I'd love to see us continue to prioritize transit options for youth accessing mental health services, to be able to seek out places like Alcove. I mean, I know that is one thing that I've had a lot of conversations with young people in the community and trying to really understand, try to kind of understand a little bit more too, why we haven't seen the level of maybe engagement there from youth across the community. And I think part of it has been not being aware of the services, but also a large part has been not being able to access, given the kind of bit of a challenging nature of just where it is in the city there in Midtown. Is a little challenging for some students, and young people are just not driving and getting their driver's licenses like they have in the past. And I know that was something that the Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing Task Force identified as a key need, was transportation to these type of services. And so I'd love to see that continue. And so I do see the benefit in, I guess, narrowing the focus of Palo Alto Link to be able to address youth, seniors, disabled members of the community, but also need to better understand. I don't feel like there's enough information in the report or what we heard tonight to really understand what's the cost impact there, because it just says on slide 8, if we were to prioritize those, there'd be a limited reduction in cost and funding, and it'd be really helpful to get a sense of exactly what we're talking about. I know that gets developed more in the city manager's budget, but so I don't know, limited reduction, does it then not pay to just focus on those communities and just to keep it as is? It's hard to say right now. We went over the kind of the issue of duplicative riders. I guess then just my only other question, I think one thing that's kind of surprised me and just kind of makes me nervous about will we be able to kind of keep up the type of ridership we see from month to month. I mean, it looks like it's growing, which is great, but also the wait time is extending quite significantly. And I think when we start to get, we're getting into 18 to 25 minutes per wait, does that continue to get worse every month? I mean, I would imagine there's sort of a tipping point where if a wait is 30 minutes, people not wanting to use this service. So has that started to deter people? Can you kind of talk about that? I would imagine it's getting longer because more people are using it, which is great, but any additional information on that?
Yeah, it's certainly, both quantitative and qualitatively, it's a degrading service for folks. So when we first started at the higher level service level, it was about 10%, I think, was like a goal, which also people feel that still. Where I would get complaints when 1 out of 10 users gets that, I would hear it sometimes. But certainly we hear it more now when we're in the 15 to 20% some range.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a big fan of Palo Alto Link. I think it addresses that kind of last mile problem in a really unique way, but it was also always designed to be a pilot program, and it made a lot of sense when we were getting the grant funding and now looking at these deficits in the next few years, or just we're going to have to make some challenging decisions. I think I was a little disappointed in kind of the information that was presented to us, because ultimately, I think this is a decision that anecdotally we know is good, and I think we all understand the problem that we are trying to address, and I just don't feel like I have the data in front of me to really be able to assess is it achieving those objectives or not, and not understanding kind of implications of cost savings if we do reduction, because again, being presented with just a limited reduction in cost and funding when we choose different options is challenging. So I'd love to see Palo Alto Link continue, but we'll need more data on how successful it's actually being and what those cost savings can look like if we do some sort of reduced level of service. I think other options that were identified by staff just doesn't seem to make sense as far as costs, such as the shuttle service. I agree with that recommendation. And yeah, some other options. So, yep, those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. I'm a fan of Link. Generally, it came online just weeks after my mother lost her driver's license, or it expired on her birthday, and she was unable to pass the test. And so an important shift in her life was underway. There was this brand new thing by the city. I suggested she try it out. She did. And, it worked fairly well. That said, we live closer to San Antonio Safeway, but Link doesn't go outside of Palo Alto, so she had to start shopping at a different store in order to have the freedom, to take a Link. She was nevertheless constrained in where she could go. And so I think I'm worried about the performance, the ridership, but also the ways in which we're offering something that comes with a lot of strings attached. Like for youth, we're saying you can use the Link if you're going to access mental health services. Nobody should have to divulge that they're getting mental health services. None of us wants to do that. That's a privacy issue. I'm curious, how does that actually work transactionally? Let's say you have a youth at Gunn High School who accesses the app, tries to get a link, and wants to go to Alcove. Does the mere fact that they're showing up at an address that we've tagged as mental health, is that enough? Or do they have to say, I'm accessing mental health services? What if they're trying to go to a therapist and there's no magic address for that therapist in the link system that says, oh, that's a mental health person? Does the youth have to say, I'm going to see my therapist, and so, you know, my fare should be reduced or free or whatever it is? Could somebody answer that question? I'm very concerned about how much privacy, if we're trying to serve youth with this, and yet they have to come clean about the fact that they're seeking services and supports, they got to say it to a stranger. I'm just worried about whether that's actually ever going to happen.
Yeah, so we don't ask any clarifying questions. It is just based on toggling on that you are a youth and that you are going to a designated location. So if they were going to a therapist at an address that was not on our, they wouldn't be eligible for that discount in that case.
They wouldn't?
Not the way that we've operationalized it, no.
So they have to be going to an address that Link knows in advance is a mental health resource?
Okay, and I'm sorry, Councilmember, Mr. Baird just confirmed the locations that are eligible for the free rides are the
teen centers and the libraries are community centers. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have specific addresses that qualify for the free youth riders.
And not Alcove?
I believe it's on there.
I will get a list of where we offer it. I don't have it right now.
Yes, it's my understanding that Alcove is included.
Okay, thank you. And how are we actively promoting this with youth?
Just a confirmation that Alcove is one of the addresses that's included.
And as far as the promotion, that's handled through our Community Services Department. Essentially, our transportation staff this evening, I don't believe, are involved with that.
Okay. Well, I agree with Vice Mayor Stone that that youth should be a priority just as seniors are and disabled people are. And yet, I guess we don't have data on how many youth are using it, how we're making efforts to reach out to youth. So I don't have a sense of whether we can improve the numbers, whether we've really maxed out our efforts to make youth aware, whether we've barely started. And so I have a hard time kind of hanging any kind of hope of continuing the Palo Alto link on the fact that youth ridership might increase, because we simply don't have enough information on how big a percentage of the ridership youth are right now. I guess my last question is, the San Antonio area plan process is underway, and with thousands, potentially thousands of new residents living in that corridor. I'm wondering, does anybody know if the area plan process is actively talking about whether a shuttle service would be beneficial to that region?
We're looking at transportation options for the San Antonio area kind of holistically. As far as I'm aware, there's not a discussion of a specific shuttle for that area, but it's more of a range of options, including infrastructure.
Has the link ever come up in those conversations as, hey, we've got this thing, it's kind of bumping along, if with a few tweaks here and there, with some extra this and that, this might actually serve that region, or is it just not a part of the conversation?
I can check on that.
I know that the San Antonio planners on our staff have talked to me about it, and they know where we're at with it as a pilot program. So it's listed as something that may serve that area or not. And then Ton gave me some stats on the student ridership the last 2 months. It's been about 4% of all our trips have been youth fares.
Okay, thank you. I'm over time.
I'm going to jump in here because I have a question that I probably should have asked earlier. But so Sunnyvale just announced a program that's almost identical to Link. right? $3.50, I think, instead of $4 within Sunnyvale, with a couple exceptions for a high school here or there. Grant funded. I think even VIA is the same service that's going to help them do it. Did they reach out to us and ask about ours? Are they did they find some magic sauce where they can do it more cheaply? So even having seen our thing, because if they did, like, let's do that. So what do we know about their program?
So their program is a little bit more regional. It is also part of, Cupertino is also involved with that. They do serve transit. And they also receive many of the same transit funds. I don't know how they are funding it in the out years per se right now. I think they may have also won additional funds because of the regional coordination there.
So the funding that we initially received, which was the VTA Innovative Transit Grant, that's what they're using. So we were below the line for this year's grant, and they were above the line. So they are also depending on that same grant funding.
Yeah, it mentions here, there's an article online in the news about it that talks about the funding they have, and they say it will cost, so the program will cost around $8.4 million to operate over the next 5 years, with half of that cost covered by the state grant, but this they have from the California State Transportation Agency. Is that what you're thinking of? Because that sounds different, perhaps.
I think that they received TERSIP as well as the VTA grant funding. TERSIP is, yeah, it is state funds. I've forgotten what the acronym stands for.
And is that the thing that they were above and we were below the line for?
No,
is that a third thing?
The other one was the Measure B Innovative Transit grant.
Okay, so have we tried for these dollars?
No, we didn't apply for the TERSIP for this.
Okay, because it says the city of Sunnyvale was awarded a multi-million-dollar grant in 2024 to help launch this program. And they mention similar services, the SV Hopper in Cupertino that started in 2019, and that one expanded to Santa Clara. But it sounds like that was somewhat separate from the pilot that they did last year in Sunnyvale, and then this year they're launching it bigger. So there's just kind of a disconnect, because they're like, hey, we're so excited to do it, whereas if they looked at us, they'd go, uh-oh. I just kind of can't figure out why we're winding down when they're just starting up. Was there some reason we would be ineligible for the same kind of grants, or is it just that you think they'll only get them at the first? It's kind of I mean, there's a lot of different reasons to maintain and to end this, but the primary one seems financial, and I'm just trying to figure out what makes us different in that respect.
The next application for that funding, Tom says, is in May. We could apply again, but we don't have a plan. I don't think those funds would come online for July 1st.
Okay, well, apparently I am now way over time, but so I will. Oh, that's Julie's time is still going. Now, what I was trying to figure out how I'd gone for 10 minutes, so I guess we didn't restart. Because I did have one other question that occurs to me. So if we wind this down and we go back to a shuttle type service, what happens to the fleet? All those links that are parked in the Sheridan garage across from the public safety building, what do we do with them? Do we give them to, we can sell them to Sunnyvale?
Those are leased and built into our monthly operating costs. So
I see. So that cost would go away of the lease, and someone will repeat
that is included in our hourly costs that they charge us per service hour.
Okay, so the cost of the actual fleet is amortized, the lease cost is amortized into the hourly rate that we're charged. I see. Okay. All right, well, I will hold at this point, and I think Councilmember Liu was next.
Thank you. Before I get into a couple of questions and comments, just one quick comment about funding. What I observed on the VTA Policy Advisory Committee is that the funding is basically first past the post. So we were just barely short of winning several $100,000, I think, from VTA. And transportation staff can correct me here as well, whereas a couple programs that barely edge us out would get their full funding request. And I think there's something problematic here that I flagged at the BTA Policy Advisory Committee, where these pilots with VIA in different cities are substantially the same. When one gets fully funded, it's a bit of a boon for that city. And then when one is substantially defunded, it is a loss for another city. And VTA also has an incentive to start pilot programs in different cities. So different cities can have different pilots. But the problem then is that the economics for these programs are all basically the same. And if most of these programs could be funded at a 50% level instead of a few getting everything and a few getting nothing, potentially, I don't know for sure, it will vary by city, there could be a better solution here. So that VTA funding nature is really why some cities are excitedly spinning this up and why we are under some stress. Couple of questions. How stable and confident are we in the partnership with Stanford Research Park? Would they potentially fund any other options? Or would they be at risk of pulling funding even if we do continue with the program?
From my point of view, they've been a great partner and are open to conversation. So I know that they need to have their needs met. So if you think about where they are, they're spread out. They serve many employers in a sort of singular geographic area, but they have riders coming from all over the city. Any place, any destination you look at Palo Alto Link, it's getting riders from throughout the city. Which is interesting. But most of theirs are commuters, so it's a morning and evening peak. And so because they're paying the full cost of those trips in the mornings and evenings, it does help subsidize our midday trips.
Yes.
I can provide a little bit more specifics, if that's all right, of what they wouldn't be interested in partnering on.
Yes, I was going to ask that.
They were not interested in partnering on a shuttle program. And they're also not interested in us providing extra funds for them to expand the Marguerite service.
Would they be interested in a subsidized rideshare or taxi service?
But potentially, it does meet similar, but.
I'm just curious because under the packet that was, the funding just said that Stanford Research Park cost share would be released. But if they're interested in funding that, that does make a difference to potentially similar outcomes for Stanford Research Park and potentially more sustainable options for us. Second question was on the timeline for the final decision. Will we tackle that just as part of the budget process, or will there be another action item coming up soon?
The default is to wind down by June 30th because I have heard clearly that we don't want to put any general funds to this next year.
Yep.
And so without any general funds, we could maybe extend some few extra days or some amount of time with the TFCA funds, but it's without any commitment, it's hard to imagine not winding down as our default right now.
Okay, so unless you get clear direction or unless we end up proposing funding as part of the budget process, the default from this session, there will not be another session and the program will wind down. Okay. For what it's worth, I am very comfortable increasing the ride price. I understand that would decrease ridership and there are other trade-offs and it may still not be financially sustainable at the end of the day there. So yeah, increasing prices, reducing subsidies. If there's a way to make that work, I would be interested. I'm not, the fixed shuttle is not recommended, and that's for good reason, so I don't really believe in that. I think it would be useful to understand what other rideshare companies have to offer, like Lyft and Uber. I understand Waymo is out of the picture for now, though maybe that'll change in a year or two. The staff report said that the problem was that Uber and Lyft potentially did not vet their drivers as much. My sense of the problem is that Uber and Lyfts are potentially not shared rides, so not quasi-public transportation, and they may not have enough electric vehicles in their fleet for us to subsidize only shared rides, only on electric vehicles. If there are options to do something like that, I mean, the budget impact would have to be substantially less if Stanford Research Park would also agree to implement some subsidies through those vendors. I'd be interested in that. And yes, otherwise, I think the default option is maybe just inevitable at our costs of $26 per ride.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I have a number of comments. Some will be Me Too's. As packet page 178 clearly shows, there just doesn't seem to be a lot of sensitivity to the price or the ridership relative to the fixed costs of operating this. So many of these phrases are limited decrease in cost, no decrease in cost, column after column. So it doesn't seem like that there's a price sensitivity if it goes up from 5 to 6 or 7, that's not really the driver of this. Is that fair to say that, or do you want to push back on that one?
The change in ridership is not so much to do with a change in price. It's more to do with the fact that if we did these different mechanisms for prioritizing different riders, there's kind of a dead heading.
Yeah, I'm talking about both variables. I didn't mean that the two are connected.
Okay.
Whether you decrease ridership or whether you increase price, neither one of them seems to move the needle on the total cost of operations.
That's correct.
Okay. And then could we go back to the budget slide, because I'm still confused after the questions from Councilmember Burt. In the packet, on the same packet, you say it costs $1.2 million a year in your second column, and you call this Palo Alto Link as is. So if we had no funding and we did the 27 budget, it would cost us $1.2 million if we weren't getting any subsidies?
Yeah, so that's about $100,000 a month. That's about in the middle of a high service level versus a low service level. It's just,
okay.
We've learned that with this pilot program, there's a lot of different ways to tweak how we approach it, and there's a lot of ways to.
Yeah. So the 1.2 is then helped by what you call $700,000 savings per year in your slide? Or is this the wind down?
I'm not sure I follow what your question is.
Well, I'm not following what you've written, so we're on the same page.
Okay.
It's 1.2, but on your slide, you say that we would save $700,000 per year in 27, 28, and beyond, because that's the cost minus the Stanford grant?
Yes, and no further grant funds assumed. We don't like to assume grant funds, though we would continue to pursue them. You know, we've had a good success rate with pursuing them, but.
Okay, and I'm still not quite clear on what Stanford's stance is on if we continue this. Do we get this?
They've been willing to work with us, yeah.
Okay, so the net 1.2 goes down to 500K? Did I get that right?
It depends on their usage. So we've landed on charging them based on the total percentage of Palo Alto Link's trips each month. So if 40% of the trips go into Stanford Research Park or leave Stanford Research Park, we charge them for 40% of our monthly bill. So there's a little bit of variability each month.
I'm trying to get to the bottom line of what the impact is going to be on 27 budgets. And so what I'm hearing, if I'm right, that's why I'm bringing this up, is about 500,000 as opposed to zero? So if we discontinue it, it's zero, but if we go ahead with it and we get the grant, is our general fund cost $500,000?
I don't know we don't have any grant funds lined up for 2020, the next fiscal year.
So I think the question is, if we terminate the service, as is currently the trajectory, what among this table are we expecting as savings? I think it's the 700,000, isn't it? I mean,
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
in future years,
Yeah,
that's
so if
the
we-
ongoing savings.
After using up the TFCA funding, then the difference is 700,000 per year.
On an annual basis.
On an annual basis,
To
yeah.
run the service, or to not run the service as opposed to running it.
Correct.
What was that one?
If we don't, well, again, if we run the service, we would be spending $700,000 per year. If we don't run the service, we save that $700,000.
Okay, so then it's $700,000 in the general fund in '27 with the current assumptions, and that's with some money from Stanford? Okay. And one of my other questions when I was reading this packet is, are we just completely non-optimistic about other grant funding? I mean, the mayor just came up with a new source tonight, so are we looking at anything more, or are you waiting for a decision on this first?
I really don't like to assume those funds. They are competitive funds. I think Councilmember Liu summed it up quite well with how the funding picture works.
Okay, so
I will say it is, if the city has committed funds, it is easier sometimes to use those committed funds to get more committed funds.
Sure, we're the lead gift. Okay, I don't understand the possible proposal to redesign or refocus this to groups for a number of reasons. One is identifying that group, or self-identifying, or turning someone down that you get there and you say, well, I'm sorry, you're not over 65. Don't call us anymore. I don't get that at all, as well as the mental health situation. And if it's for seniors and disabled, and now we're adding youth, I mean, we haven't left many people out. So I don't see that we're designing anything that's more efficient or costing substantially less because of the other variables that we just went over. You know, we're lowering ridership, and I'm not sure how that helps at all in terms of the financials. And then the issue of, well, shuttles, we would be doing as I understand this, we would be essentially piloting a shuttle because it hasn't been done in years, and we don't know what the pickup would be, and that would be a funding as well. So from what I see on the table, and not having listened to all my colleagues yet, I don't think 700 is, a scary number for what we're trying to accomplish here, to just continue it as it is with the strong big footnote that we need to find some funding. We need to get some other partners in the city or outside the city or whatever. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Rectal.
Okay, I've never taken Pell to Link, but the people who I've talked to really like it. And they like the aspect of it. They love the fact that it's EV, there's no fumes and no pollution, and they thought the drivers were very courteous. They were quite happy with that. But there was a long wait. They would call it, and it would take a half hour to show up. And especially if they had appointments to go to, that made it very hard to get there on time. They had to book it way ahead of time and get there early and twiddle their thumbs if Pell to Link happened to have room. So that was just not good service at all. And also, the cost per ride, $26, our cost per ride is quite high. And so I was curious, what is Uber and Lyft? And so this morning during rush hour, I checked from my house in South Palo Alto. So I live near Charleston and Alma. I looked to go to Mitchell Park. It was $6 on Uber and Lyft. Midtown was like $8, downtown was $12, going out to the airport was $16. And so, but all that was still much cheaper than our $26 per ride. So I looked into the Uber and Lyft. They have a voucher system. We can set it up where we pay the first $4 or $5 per ride. We can geofence it so it stays within the boundaries of Palo Alto, so it's just like Link. But we have no operating costs in the sense that we don't have these leased vehicles. We just pay per ride. That to me seems a much more sustainable model than having these links and operating it. And in addition to that, the people will get 24-hour service. Right now, Palo Alto Link only has certain hours. And also we have this long wait. You'll get better service with Link. And so even though I love the concept of Palo Alto Link, and I really think that's part of our duty here is to provide public services, I really don't think it's sustainable. I think a better bang for the buck would be have some type of voucher system that can target low-income people. People can certify to get decreased prices on their recreation programs, so we could use that same certification and be able to certify that they are a low-income person in Palo Alto, and then they just book the trip on Uber, and they get the first $4 is on Palo Alto, and then they pay the rest. And I suspect that'd be a more sustainable way of providing public transit. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I want to concur with one of the points that Councilmember Liu was raising, which we had discussed at Finance Committee in the past, and I brought up at VTA, which is the way that VTA has set up these grants is that they're viewing them as pilots to learn from. But they really create a whole series of unsustainable programs in doing so. And they have not begun to transition to something that might be more sustainable, which might be a shared cost. But that's what we're facing. If the regional transit tax passes, VTA is going to have funding to expand service for the first time in a couple decades. They have not explicitly talked about scaling the microtransit, but it's been something that has kind of been implied as a real interest. So that's one thing. I did want to also address the concerns about the San Antonio corridor. We have bus routes in the San Antonio corridor. So VTA bus routes serve that. Maybe not to the extent we would like, and we want to continue with the development in the corridor to push for that expansion, but that's an important consideration. Nate, did I hear you say that you had heard clearly not to have general fund dollars for FY27? Did I hear you? Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah, my understanding, we've 95% of our funds so far have been grant funds on this project.
No, but I'm asking you. You had said I didn't know where you had heard that. Can you tell me?
Well, when June 16th, we were talking about winding down Palo Alto Link by December 31st, 2025, based on the amount of funds that the city had for Link this current fiscal year.
My recollection is was very much one of the scenarios that the Finance Committee wanted to pursue. I wouldn't go so far as to say that a clear decision had been made. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a staff interpretation of the discussion that occurred in finance.
Okay.
My apologies.
Then one of the options and what really Councilmember Rectal brought up is whether we could pursue a voucher program with Uber and Lyft. A disadvantage is that they don't have any capability for wheelchairs, but I couldn't recall what the Palo Alto Link capability is. It's somewhat, can you quickly tell me what that is?
We have two vehicles available for wheelchairs.
And then VTA has a paratransit system. It's a lot of scheduling. It's not as immediate as this is. So it would not be the same quality of service as we even provide in Palo Alto Link with some of the shortcomings that we have in trying to save our funds. But that is a way that we could merge the two approaches. And then even within the voucher program, I really don't think that it's the business of the city to provide vouchers for people who don't need some form of subsidy. But we have, as the staff report on page 176 shows in the fourth paragraph, it really breaks down 60% of the riders are minorities, although we're a majority-minority community. But 57% are under 100,000 a year, and that was interesting to me. 53% seniors, disabled, or economically challenged, and then, of course, we have the youth. So I would want to focus the voucher program on those in need and would support that. And then lastly, on the access to Alcove, one of the things that I've come to appreciate is that Alcove counselors are already going to our high schools during the day, and they're at the wellness centers. And I specifically asked in a recent meeting with Alcove, well, this whole issue of access and student perceived access to Alcove, do we promote our Palo Alto Link program at the wellness centers and how they get there? And we don't as of now. So I heard that community services has the marketing part. That's kind of a disconnect. We need to get together and even right now, make sure that folks know what's available and the target audience, for instance, that we want available. And I would argue that we should not only provide the Palo Alto Link at the wellness centers, but we should provide bike routes there, because Midtown is not so drastically hard to get to by bike, and we want to encourage that. But if it's a necessity to have a service like this, then I certainly would support it. So those are the points I would make. I think if we want to give any direction to staff, or for that matter, the Finance Committee, we need to have, to see if we have any consensus on what that direction might be.
So it's hard to know where to start with all this. Yeah, I guess the grant funding situation is just highly unpredictable, and so it's hard to rely on it. Is that it? Because it could be great, it could be tragic year to year, and we don't know. I mean, the VTA one, as described, seems to do these pilots, but we were describing above, below the line. The California State Transportation Agency, we didn't apply, but I think I got the sense that we don't think we would necessarily compete well in that, or we just don't know. But there's another pool.
In my experience, pursuing transit funds is easier when you have the local commitment, because then it is a very competitive environment, and local match is always usually a huge part of the assessment. I guess, with all the funding, all the different ways government could spend funding, like, transit is one thing. There are federal earmarks. There's lots of ways to try to pursue funding. That's all I have to say, I guess.
Well, I guess I would add one thing, which is, and I think the point's been made previously, grants are typically focused on a very finite period of time, which is what we have had to date with our link service. And so obtaining grants on an ongoing basis is I wouldn't call it impossible, but it's really difficult because, again, it's the shiny new object that gets the attention and gets the grant. So I think that will be a dilemma for us going forward. But again, nonetheless, should we want to continue to try to leverage additional local dollars for a few more years, I think we would take that as direction in our budget planning.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand the grantscape, the landscape of grants. So when you mentioned that you want a local commitment, it sounds as if you're saying we don't have one, and we could have one. I mean, I don't know if the Stanford Research Park park partnership qualifies as one such, but we've had that, and it would be ongoing, I would suspect, if we we could put together a package where it was. We could put some skin in the game, maybe not to the tune of 700 grand, but we could, I don't know, 300 to 500 grand, and I don't know at what point it's enough to be credible. And then for the TFCA, is that ending because we chose not to reapply because we wouldn't compete well, or were we rejected, or we did not meet the ongoing criteria?
We received the TFCA grant. So I think when we came in June, what I heard as direction was to, well, initially, I think on June 15th, it was to wind down service by the end of December of last year. And then the following day, when we were actually discussing the contract, the direction was to continue it to the end of the fiscal year and to wait and see how things went with the VTA's Innovative Transit Grant plus the TFCA grant. So the Innovative Transit Grant, it was a higher dollar amount. And the conversation that has happened with a number of the committees with VTA was this whole issue of the shiny new object kind of discussion. Part of the criteria was that it's new. And so there was conversation about the fact that there's a number of pilots that kind of are no longer eligible because they're no longer new, but doesn't necessarily address the model.
I was just curious because, so there have been these two, so there's been the TFCA and the VTA, we feel like we don't, we're not maybe as young and pretty as we used to be, but with the TFCA and the California State Transportation Agency, those are two just kind of having stumbled on here. I understand that it's always difficult to sustain a program with grant dollars because they are unpredictable and, if we're going to expand and whatever. But I'm not sure that the grantscape is as bleak as I feel like it's been presented, especially when I see surrounding areas, not with a VTA grant, I don't think, at least it isn't reported here, launching this whole new program. So it's just hard to reconcile all of that. That said, I'm concerned as well about our more vulnerable riders. I would like to keep something that helps that first mile, last mile commuter in our town that is, a zero emission vehicle. So I do like those aspects of this program. But even that said, what Councilmember Ekdahl said is of interest to me. I'm curious though, so if we have this $26 per ride cost, and we went to, that we're comparing against, and instead we said, let's do vouchers for those in need, I guess the volume might go down because that's not the totality of the people we serve now. But let's say the average cost is, I don't know, $10 or something per ride. There would be some sort of administrative cost also for creating some sort of, administering the vouchers and getting people to sign up somewhere and verifying their eligibility and all that. Do we still feel, this may not be a fair question, this is something staff would have to go investigate to see how much, how it would actually compare in cost, because let's say it ends up being half, $13 a ride when you add the admin stuff on. That's still some kind of absolute hit to our budget because we would not have, I would think, eligibility for these grant funds for a program like that. So we would be footing that bill, and I don't know what that bill would be. Do you have any sense?
Well, and additionally, we risk losing the Stanford partnership, which is 50% already. So
that's what I mean. We'd be footing the entire bill.
Yes.
So is the $26? But those are just for the rides here anyway, right? So that not on the Stanford campus, because that's that 40% that's separate. And then is the $26 after accounting for the $4 fare? So that's what.
That includes the fare.
It includes in the sense that it still is $26 after we, is that the net?
Yeah, minus $26.
Sorry, it's 26 minus 4.
26. So 22.
22, net.
Yeah, so that's what I'm curious about is net, because we would have, that's the relative, that times whatever number of riders is what we would want to compare this voucher program. But it sounds to me like that's something staff would have to investigate to help us make this decision.
There are also just like other variables involved in terms of demand changes throughout the day. We have driver costs that are, we try to provide a certain service level. VIA tries to match the service level to the demand, and so $26 is averaging a large number of inputs. I'm sorry to be very imprecise with it, but.
So, so back to you need some direction. I don't know, it sounds like there's a range of views. I'm not sure how much of a consensus we have, except that I'm not hearing either, just stay the course or, go the other direction. I think there's a curiosity about other ways we could continue to serve our vulnerable riders, and there's curiosity about funding streams. So we're getting toward the end of our time, but let's go to Councilmember Lowing and then Councilmember Burt and see if we can get a little closer to some advice.
One comment just on the senior citizens, which is a big percentage there. That is something that Avenidas is very active in right now. They have multiple vans and vehicles, and they also have about another dozen drivers. And you talk about, what'd you call them, power riders or something like that? Some of these folks who go into medical appointments are doing that for years with the same driver. So they have a very nice social interaction as well in the car, which is really, really nice. Their rate is $5 for a ride of up to 5 miles and $10 for kind of over that. So there is that service there that if we did back off, that could be expanded at Avenidas going forward. Separately, I really like what Councilmember Rectal. It's been so many years that I've called you that.
I'm still Commissioner at heart, yes.
I like that idea a lot, but there's some devil in the details there that we'd have to have some time to dig into, including some very elderly or disabled who wouldn't be able to use the app. So we'd have to figure out how to be able to make the call to get the ride. But I think we should take a look at that. So I'd be sort of interested in a interim direction to staff and the Finance Committee that we take a look at signing up, because it's going to take time to get grants, that we commit to funding the first half of the 27. So 50% of the 700 or even a little bit more than that to give us time to raise grants to get the second half of that. I don't think the grants all have to be, BTA with all their constraints. It could be, other organizations within our town that would help a little bit with $100,000 or $50,000 or something like that. And that would at least give a starting point to direction for staff to work the budget until, June and see what we could get. So that's the kind of direction I think we could potentially give tonight while we look at things like Councilmember Rectal brought up.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah. So first, I think the points made by the city manager and others that the grants are not going to be ongoing. They may be more than 1 year, or they may be a single year. So they're not sustainable. They might give us some lifeline. And getting the grant application and getting it awarded in a time frame that would really reduce our costs for FY27, I think is really optimistic. Even if we said, arbitrarily, we would fund it through the first half of 27. I would be more favorable to directing staff as part of the budget process to narrow what they're looking at. Are there other grant opportunities, and what would be the time frame at which we think they would be awarded us in addition to the likelihood of them being awarded? And I'm a little skeptical that it would really fulfill our needs, but have that. I had not appreciated, but now I kind of recall, the Avenidas service. So if we're concerned about seniors, we've picked up a good portion of our concern right there, and we should be working with Avenidas as another transit service in our community, just like we should be working with Marguerite. And I heard Rhea say that Stanford's not interested, but I brought this up for 10 years and never heard a deeper explanation. Why are they not interested? And what's our leverage in trying to convince them to work with us on altering routes, not necessarily a new route, but altering a route that serves our community better, whatever. And this is the sort of thing that if it needs council members to sit down with Stanford and try to understand that, I think it's way overdue, because we have, as a council, have never received an actual explanation, just a no. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. We work with Stanford on this program. We work with Stanford on various things. We work with Stanford on the quarry extension that they were very grateful. This needs to be a two-way street. There may be overriding reasons why they end up convincing us that it's a no-go, but I've never heard them. The second thing I'd recommend that we ask staff to come back at the budget time is a preliminary evaluation of what it would take to implement a voucher program, and get that information as early as possible. I don't know how quickly we could find it, but hopefully we'd actually have answers even before that process, so that we know whether we're going to plan to cut this off and transition to a new program come July 1st, or we need a transition period, but we need a little more on those areas. So those would be the two things that I would like to see come back as soon as possible, no later than the budget process.
Councilmember Liu.
Just a quick comment that I +1 Councilmember Burt's comments there fully on those 2 points and the timeline for budget season.
All right, thank you. Just quickly, at Avenidas, whoever knows, is that the RIDE program? What is it? Reach Your Destination Easily, the senior transportation program that's used, I know, in the West Valley, because Tyler Taylor runs that. I brought that up a couple of years ago when we were talking about Link. And so if that's what's used at Avenidas, that's a great program that, I was hoping could expand here, but it sounds like it kind of has by having found a home.
Yeah, that's internal to Avenidas. I didn't know that reference that you're talking about.
I think it may be, because it sounds almost identical to that program that they've used very successfully for seniors. So that is encouraging. I think just sort of an overview to give us a overview of the grant situation to see if it's something that could give us a little more runway to sort this. So exploring the grants in the short term to see if it could give us a little more medium-term runway to figure this out in the long term, which would be to explore the voucher program that I think we've heard relative consensus about. That's great. And if you can do it by the budget timeline, that's great too. So I think you have some direction at this point, unless there are, Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo, I thought Councilmember Burt's path forward was a reasonable way to do it, but I'm skeptical. I really am skeptical. I mean, this is not only going to be a tough budget year, the rest of the decade is going to be a tough budget. And so if we're talking even, $300,000-$400,000, that's a lot of money, and we have to be making serious cuts, and we're going to end up cutting things that we really like. And I suspect we'll be cutting things that we like more than Palo Alto Link. That's my concern.
Great. And I'll just add, I think that I also heard most of us say that we wanted to focus on our most vulnerable with the voucher type program. Okay, well, hopefully you've heard some feedback that's helpful in sorting this out and getting back to us so we can get to a final resolution.
Very much so. Thank you for the feedback. Any other questions from staff?
No other questions, but I just did want to clarify that actually I understand from other staff that we did apply for TURSIP in 2023, but we were not successful at that time. So.
Just by the way, a little anecdote here, I looked it up. So the TIRCIP stands for the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program. So really creative writing by Sunnyvale to characterize their system as a regional system.
Yeah.
And capital, and rail.
Yeah, I mean, it is, I think they connect up with their transit centers. They make a point of that.
Yes.
But,
Yeah.
well, maybe we get a copy of that grant
There you go.
application and crib it.
Can't fault success.
Okay, all right, well, thank you very much. We will close up the study session and move to our consent calendar then, with thanks to staff. Thank you for this. Okay, so consent calendar. Are there any no votes, requests to pull, or other appropriate item comments? Seeing none, is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 requests to speak. Our first speaker is Herb B.
Speak on item number 4, which is the proposed ballot measure. And 20 years ago, when the city was considering whether to raise money for infrastructure with either a business license or tax or business registry or a transit occupancy tax, Council member Barton said something which didn't make it into the minutes, but he said it's best, even if it's orchestrated, being asked by the community to do something rather than asking the community to try to, to do something. In other words, what you have here is the city council asking community to support this. So you placed it on the consent calendar and you're not removed the consent calendar, and there isn't a group of people showing up asking you to do it. I think this is a bad idea, that the current traffic system has essentially been designed as a land use policy for the benefit of corporations, the Bay Area Council and the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, that people should be traveling long distances between home and work. And as we've seen during the pandemic, that it's something people prefer not to do. And now with artificial intelligence and the change in the economy, more people being able to telecommute or be replaced by robots. I don't think this is a smart idea. I think if you want to have something to pay for this, it should be the companies themselves based on the number of employees they have. There's a sort of monthly fee based on their employee count, and it should come from them. So I don't think that this should go on the ballot, and if it does, in addition to people opposing it on the ballot, they could be circulating a petition at the same time to fund this directly from those who most benefit, which is the corporations themselves, and is essentially asking the victims of this land use planning system of long commutes to essentially pay for what's causing a problem. And so it doesn't make any sense for me. And since there aren't people here coming and saying this is such a wonderful idea to do,
Your time
it
is
shouldn't
up.
be done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Justine B.
Good evening, Mayor Vinker and City Council members. My name is Justine Burt. I'm the Executive Director of the Palo Alto Transportation Management Association. I'm urging you to support Connect Bay Area's effort on the November 2026 ballot measure to fund mass transit. PATMO has been working to provide transit passes to low-wage service sector workers, and as of December, Our results, which you're going to see soon in the annual report, include nearly 500 transit passes activated, 482 parking spaces freed up, 2.9 million vehicle miles traveled reduced, and almost doubling our greenhouse gas impact, so 1,152 tons of greenhouse gases reduced. So in support of the city's wonderful goal to reduce 80% of greenhouse gases below 1990 levels by 2030, we're working in the next year to focus on people who work in Palo Alto and live in San Jose. People love Caltrain. People coming from San Jose and San Francisco love how fast the new electric Caltrains are. We're also going to focus on Fremont because they can take the Dumbarton Express from there, Redwood City and East Palo Alto because of the service by Samtrans, and Mountain View because of the VTA service. So in order for Patman to continue to grow our impact, it's incumbent upon us to support the November ballot measure and appreciate your support as we work towards gathering 200,000 signatures by June. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on consent calendar items 4 through 8.
All right, well, thank you very much. I believe we can move to a vote.
Do we have a motion?
No, I was just about to say we do need a maker and a seconder.
So moved.
Second.
Glad someone's paying attention. Thank you.
That'll help move it along, wouldn't it?
I was just on a roll.
That was Vice Mayor Stone who moved and
Lou.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt, Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. City manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Let's see, could I get the clerk's assistance? Actually, while we're making that transition, did want to follow up on Councilmember Burt's request for an update on the public safety building. Let me just share publicly an update that's almost a little less than a couple of weeks old, but I think still pretty accurate, that the public safety building work is nearly complete on audio, visual, and communication systems. Those members of the public that attended the opening, our grand opening a few months ago would recognize that work as ongoing. There has also been progress on smoke control system in the detention area that's required prior to full occupancy of the building. However, there are some required work that Swinnerton has declined to complete, and as such, staff is contacting third-party contractors to complete that work. Our staff estimates that this will take an additional 90 days. That will put us into the June timeframe, with next phase 2 of the move-in to follow at that point. In parallel, another contractor is starting work to fit out the dispatch area. Once that work is complete, along with testing, dispatch will move into the new building. So that, again, shares our current estimate, as noted, June timeframe for the next phase of work, with some parallel work to move in our dispatch operations, which will be the final phase. Okay, thank you. Next, updates. A few things on the upcoming calendar. First off, noting related to rail safety, we have a listening session scheduled for community members next Thursday, I believe that is March 12th at 6 p.m. at the Palo Alto Unified School District Boardroom. This is on the topic of interest received from community members in a temporary closure of the Churchill rail crossing. Once again, that's a listening session scheduled for next Thursday, 6 p.m. at PAUSD Boardroom. We also note that ongoing work between the city and the JED Foundation with upcoming workshops at Mitchell Park Community Center next week. Actually, that's following March 18th, 6 p.m. and March 19th, 5:15 for community tools related to recovery, offering support, and connecting people with mental health resources. Additional information here at our website, paloalto.gov/temp Churchill closure. Oops, I just lost my screen. All right, then moving on to other events here in the month of March. It is March already, and just want to note, I won't go through them individually, but a number of community events, some meetings, but also events, educational events, other festivals throughout the month of March, all detailed on our city calendar, paloalto.gov/calendar. Next slide, please. And then finally, with your upcoming city council items next week, we have a study session on proposal for development at 51 Encina. Next steps on Senate Bill 79 relating to development in areas around rail transit stations, also connecting to our downtown housing plan and related work. Then finally, follow-up work on council priority objectives and committee work plans. Again, this is next week. Then the following week, March 16th, proposal, this is a builder's remedy project to be heard, 2100 Gang Road, 531 Stanford Avenue demolition order appeal, and 475 El Camino Way development approval as well. Then the final meeting here in March on the 23rd, it's a special meeting. You'll have really a consent calendar along with one action item related to the CDA ordinance, and the remainder of your evening on the 23rd being dedicated to interviews for prospective board, commission, committee appointees. And then a number of items shown in the April and beyond list, just to highlight items that will be coming on future agendas. With that, Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. So it's time for our break, and we are still a bit ahead. So our normal break time would take us to about 5 till 8. So we'll be back about then, but we'll be for sure rocking and rolling by 8 o'clock. And I want to thank staff who's here early for that. We will get right back to you. All right, thank you. On to our action items for the evening. First, action item 9, review of the 2024 greenhouse gas inventory and SCAP key performance indicators. I'm going to stop right there. It's a lengthy title, but folks can find title, I was going to say Title 9. I kind of like that. Anyway, we'll move on to that, and I believe I go first to Director Eggleston. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right, welcome and thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vinker and Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. If we can go to the next slide. So tonight we're providing the annual report on progress implementing the city's sustainability and climate action plan. And this time, in addition to bringing you the 2024 greenhouse gas inventory and our most recent key performance indicators report, we are also presenting for council approval the 2026 to 2027 SCAP work plan as recommended by the Climate Action and Sustainability Committee and staff, following a series of discussions with the committee really over the past year, as well as recommending that council receive several recently completed studies that were completed to support the city's climate action efforts. So quite a few actions there. I want to thank our Climate Action Working Group, and I see some of the members here today. Those are community members who have been involved providing valuable input and feedback on the development of all of these work products we're talking about today. And Sustainability Manager Christine Long and Assistant Director of Climate Action Jonathan Avenshine are here and will give the staff presentation.
Thanks, Brad. Christine Luong, Sustainability Manager. We'll kick things off with our 2024 greenhouse gas emissions inventory. Next slide, please. So this is a familiar graphic for some of you. By 2024, Palo Alto reduced our citywide greenhouse gas emissions 50.2%, despite a population increase of 22% during that same time period. Next slide, please. This equates to 5.9 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per Palo Alto resident in 2024, compared to 14.3 metric tons in 1990. Next slide, please. In order to achieve 80 by 30, our emissions reduction target, Palo Alto must meet an emissions target of around 160,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which was corrected from the previous target because we adjusted our 1990 baseline. Next slide, please. So the main sources of our greenhouse gas emissions are very simple. Roughly a third comes from natural gas consumption in buildings, which is the blue section, and just under 2/3 come from gasoline and diesel vehicles, and that's the large red section. Next slide, please. So the city currently purchases carbon offsets to balance emissions from natural gas use. If we include those natural gas offsets, then our emissions reductions are more like 66%. Next slide, please. So Palo Alto is a member of the Green Cities California group, or GCC for short, and we surveyed 21 of the cities in GCC. Of those, only 4, including Palo Alto, aim to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. That's Palo Alto, Half Moon Bay, Menlo Park, and Watsonville. This table shows just the GC cities who have the same 1990 baseline year. However, only 4 cities, including ourselves, have achieved reductions of more than 30%. So Santa Monica at 54%, Berkeley at 41%, and Hayward at 35%. Next slide, please. Switching to municipal operations, in 2024, the city emitted a total of 14,590 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which is a slight reduction from 2023. By the end of 2024, the city reduced a total municipal greenhouse gas emissions by roughly 64% from the 2005 baseline, although it's no longer possible to do an equivalent comparison because of changes in methodology. Next slide, please. Switching gears to our 2024 key performance indicators. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot of the 2024 key performance indicators progress. The full 2024 KPI progress can be found in attachment D and summarized in attachment E. We'll continue to report out on our progress and look for ways to improve how we collect data to report on our KPIs. Next slide, please. Tonight, we're asking Council to approve the 2026 to 2027 SCAP work plan as recommended by the Climate Action and Sustainability Committee. Next slide, please. The Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, or SCAP for short, focuses on 4 areas related to climate action and 4 areas related to sustainability. The 2023 to 2025 SCAP work plan guided the implementation priorities for the SCAP for the past few years. Staff developed the next SCAP work plan with input from the Climate Action and Sustainability Committee and from the Climate Action Working Group, focusing on priorities for 2026 to 2027. Next slide, please. At a very high level, the 2023 to 2025 SCAP work plan had 27 work items in sustainability. Of the in-progress items, 3 were transferred to the 2026 to 2027 SCAP work plan. 2 were removed along with the delayed item. Next slide, please. Our accomplishments in 2023 to 2025 help shape the strategies for the 2026 to 2027 SCAP work plan. We launched programs and outreach campaigns, started new projects, and completed or updated plans and manuals. Next slide, please. The 2026 to 2027 SCAP work plan has 16 strategies for sustainability. Water focuses on water efficiency and improving the salinity of recycled water, while also adding a focus on the potential risks to the water distribution system from climate change and potential solutions. Sea level rise focuses on regional shoreline adaptation plan that aligns with state requirements, and wildfire protection focuses on balancing conservation of natural resources with the reduction of fire hazards, especially in open space areas. Next slide, please. Natural environment focuses on increasing tree canopy while enhancing resilience and biodiversity of our natural environment. Green stormwater infrastructure, or GSI, continues to treat urban water runoff, and zero waste strategies all contribute to the goal of diverting 95% of waste from landfills by 2030. Next slide, please. What's new in our work plan is that we've added 3 strategies for communication. These strategies cover both the climate action and sustainability areas of the work plan, and will work towards advancing progress towards 80 by 30. Assistant Director of Climate Action, Jonathan Abenschein, will now review the climate action strategies in more detail.
Thank you, Christine. Next slide, please. So the 2023 through 2025 SCAP work plan had 50 items in climate action. Of these, 34 were discrete projects. We completed 27, 6 are still in progress, and 1 was delayed. Of these, we're transferring 5 projects to the 2026-2027 work plan. The 2 removed projects were to evaluate the city's transportation demand management ordinance. We don't have the staff capacity for that. And then based on committee feedback, we removed downtown parking availability, which relates to parking pricing, from the SCAP work plan. Next slide, please. We had many successes through 2023 through 2025. We launched some very ambitious programs, primarily residential. We built a lot of momentum and community awareness around electrification, and we did studies to learn about the community's infrastructure needs for electrification, what electrification opportunities in multifamily and non-residential buildings, and we built tools and data to develop policy options for the council on funding and financing community-wide electrification. Next slide, please. There are So this shows the single-family, multifamily, and non-residential program goals in the 2026-2027 work plan, and there are two major themes here. First is to begin offering more electrification services in the multifamily and non-residential sectors based on the studies we did over the last few years. And second is to introduce new cost-efficient program models in all sectors. Next slide, please. And the goal with these cost-efficient program models is to help us demonstrate or prove out that these can be attractive in addition to being financially efficient, in hopes that they'll enable strategies for community-wide electrification that minimize the need for new revenues. Building out policy options based on these program designs is a major focus in 2026 and 2027, as is continuing infrastructure investment in our electric grid, bike network, and city fleet and facilities. Next slide, please. The work plan received extensive feedback and review from the Sustainability Committee and Working Group, and opportunities for broader community feedback were provided through a December workshop. Next slide, please. We are also asking Council to receive 6 studies we did over the last few years. Next slide. These studies have given us some data and modeling tools that we need to develop new programs in 2026 and 2027 and develop those policy options I was talking about on community-wide electrification. The studies are described in detail in the report for the December 13th workshop. I won't go into too much detail, but next slide. The core findings were that, and again, based on illustrative examples and 2024 assumptions, but under the illustrative scenarios model, community-wide electrification was a net benefit to the community as a whole, but the costs and benefits were distributed unevenly, with vehicles providing net benefits and building electrification sometimes providing net costs, sometimes net benefits. The study also found that an incentive-only approach would require revenues that exceed currently available city resources, so we need alternative types of programs. But again, these scenarios were just meant to illustrate some of the financial dynamics of community electrification. The real value of these studies was that it provided the data and the modeling tools that we're going to be able to use through 2026 to develop policy options and refine assumptions to provide more actionable policy options for Council. Next slide, please. I did mention the December workshop. I want to note that ideas from that workshop were incorporated in this plan. Next slide. And this is the staff recommendation for the night. We'd like you to review the information that we shared with you about the greenhouse gas emissions inventories and the KPIs. And then we're looking for 2 actions. We'd like approval of the 2026-2027 SCAP work plan, and that is staff and the Sustainability Committee recommending that, and then receipt of the following studies, of the 6 studies that I mentioned earlier. And that's the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a massive amount of work represented that you condensed into a presentation like that. And now the colleagues who aren't on our climate committee understand what all we've been doing, what all you've been doing. So I really do appreciate that presentation. I'm inclined to go straight to, well, actually, I know there were some public commenters, particularly some youth that wanted to be here and aren't here yet. So let me see if there's any questions or comments on a preliminary basis from colleagues, and then we'll go to public comment. Councilmember Reckdahl.
Okay, can you go to slide 9? There's one thing that jumped out at me there. And when you look at the per capita and comparing the 7 cities here, particularly Belmont is really low. And is this apples to apples, or is there some reason that our data is so different? On the right-hand column, I'm looking at the 3.9 for Belmont is much lower than us. And
Sorry. Yeah, most cities follow the same GPC protocol that we do for our greenhouse gas inventories. I'll have to go back and look at Belmont again, but usually most cities, the emissions are, a bulk of the emissions are either road transportation or buildings. It could be that Belmont just doesn't have as much commercial and industrial buildings as Palo Alto. They don't have a downtown, so my guess is they don't have the same amount of commercial and industrial as we do.
Okay, I think it's worth looking into because there's two possibilities. One is it's not an apples to apples comparison. And then the question is, well, can we arrange the numbers such that we do get an apples to apples comparison? And the other option is that it is an apples to apples comparison and they're doing something better that we need to copy. So some more work into that I think would be very useful.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first I want to echo that this is really not only a tremendous amount of work in the report, but an even far greater amount of work that's actually being done for us to be really with Santa Monica as leading city anywhere in the state. I was not shocked that we are at the forefront. We are really working hard on this and doing a lot of innovative programs. One of the things that I've been interested in is taking these few leading cities, whether they're here or our community choice aggregators adjacent to us, or a city like Santa Monica, and make sure we know what they're doing well as them know what's working for us, so that we're sharing all of these cutting edge programs that each of us are separately trying to invent a wheel of some sort. And we need to leverage each other. In particular, I'm really interested in finding out what has Santa Monica done? And they must be doing some good stuff. And I know that they had set an early climate goal and they were at the forefront, but I hadn't heard much at all about their implementation plan. One thing that we had this great community workshop about 2 months ago, and one of the themes that came out of that and was emphasized in the staff summary of the community workshop was in trying to really convince our community members to electrify, the health impacts of methane in the home was at the forefront and really something that we think and the community members thought could really move the dial in our communications plan. Because until now, we've kind of mentioned that occasionally in our communications, but we've talked about flipping this and having it at the front. But I don't see that even listed in the communications programs. On packet page 507, I'm not seeing anything related to the health impacts. So that's one thing that I would really want us to elevate and maybe amend tonight. And then a question I had during our committee meetings, and I'm not sure that we have a way to obtain this information, but we look at EV ownership. We look at the percentage of sales that are EVs. It's really high, over 50% now. And then the ownership in the community, it's about 18%. But as I understand it, the way that we're projecting the GHGs per vehicle mile traveled is based on ownership of vehicles. And I'm under the strong notion that when families have two cars, and one's an EV and the other's a combustion engine, they're mostly driving the EV unless they're on a long trip or something like that. And so how we recalibrate that GHG assumption on the vehicles that we have, I think is important. Because looking out 5 and 10 years from now, when we as a community and as a state are overwhelmingly buying EVs and overwhelmingly using them, we're still going to have a lot of internal combustion engines that are parked in the driveway, and we're counting them as if they're they're being used just as much as the EV. And I think that's out of all the calculations, that may be the one that is most flawed and one that disfavors us. I mean, the whole methodology of calculating GHGs, we know that keeps evolving, and the paths that we're taking to get there. So this is a dynamic document that we're going to keep changing every year or two. So I just want to emphasize that. And I also wanted to call out that a couple of the initiatives were noted on streamlining processes and things, and that made me think about that helps fulfill both our government efficiency, but it also makes it more efficient for our customers. When we lower the friction for adopting electrification otherwise. Not to mention another way for us to hit this council goal of government efficiency is leveraging our community resources so that we are not trying to do everything, or so much, we don't do it all, but even more so use the community resources that are really great volunteer organizations that will truly help us implement it. We've done this already with the heat pump water heater program, and I think we want to actually formalize that. So those are a couple early thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to follow up on your question on Santa Monica, because I did look into that. So the main differences are, even though Santa Monica has more population than us, it's much denser. They only have 8.4 square miles, whereas we have 24 square miles. And they also switched to 100% clean power, but they did it through the Clean Power Alliance, CCA. And the biggest difference is in Santa Monica, they have more people who work from home, they have more people who take transit to work, and they have more people who work in the same county. Well, everyone who lives in Santa Monica works in the same county.
But the issue isn't we weren't talking about their actual GHGs per capita. We were talking about the reduction rate.
Yes.
They had the same square miles when they started their program.
Yes.
And many of these other factors that you described, which are important factors, have not necessarily changed in proportion to us. Now, some may have, but I just want to make sure.
Yes, they reduced their vehicle transportation emissions 48% from their baseline, and we did 32%, so that's a big difference. The other difference is in commercial natural gas use. They reduced theirs 47%, and we reduced ours 20%. So those are the two biggest differences.
And it would be very interesting to dig in to understand how that actually occurred, but I don't expect that tonight. Thanks.
Councilmember Liu.
As a former Santa Monica resident, I'll just maybe point out a couple of incidental things while we're still awaiting more people to join. So Santa Monica owns its own bus system, the Big Blue Bus, that gives them a lot more flexibility and ability to incentivize public transit. They also had a pretty major rail extension in maybe like 2016, 2015 or so, I forget exactly. But also, one positive point that I noted earlier was that while Santa Monica has a slightly larger reduction, their population only increased by 7%, whereas our population increased by 22% over the same period. So if you look at the per capita reduction, we've done non-trivially better than Santa Monica, though we appreciate friendly competition. That's worth noting that point. I'll also just say that I'm so happy with the work here. I think there's a lot to be optimistic about. One big thing top of mind for me is Caltrain electrification. Caltrain is not directly included in this greenhouse gas inventory, I believe, but it's indirect effects. So taking some vehicles off the road will be reflected to some extent, but maybe still underestimated, to Councilmember Burt's point about vehicle ownership. I think one open question that I'd maybe appreciate deeper conversation about is what the right 2030 goal is. We want to set goals that are realistic and ambitious, and if we feel that this goal is potentially too ambitious, it allows us to cut ourselves some slack, or it makes accountability for different initiatives more difficult. So as a best practice, we may want to say something like our 80 by 30 goal should be per capita. I think that's a topic that I'm curious about, just as a pretty pivotal decision for future years. And yeah, I have more comments on the individual work plan items, more positive comments really, but I'll hold it there. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously you can tell we're all pleased and we're proud of our city, proud of our progress, while knowing we still have a lot of work to do, and there's a lot we can do and a lot we should do and a lot we need to do. I did want to just briefly comment on the communication strategies, C1 through 3, just generally, because yay, we have those now, and that's really, really important to get out to the community, to get the word out. I think something that could deserve a little more conversation over the year is what exactly we communicate. So it talks in the staff report about awareness of our 80 by 30 goals, and I think what we really want is them not to know, how the city is setting targets, but what they should do, what they can do, how we can help, what impact it'll make, why they should do it, why the world will be better, all of that kind of thing when we do those communications, and not necessarily that it's 80 by 30 instead of 75 by 35, So I think that's probably what's intended, but as we live into it, I'd like to really, take advantage of some of our community working group and some of the resources we have here and the learnings in other cities to see what gets people excited to really participate. Because as we've talked about many times in the committee, it's, council can pass policies, staff can create programs, but we're really dependent on our partnership with our residents to live into this, because whether it's the residential sector or the commercial sector, they're the ones that are going to be installing the appliances and moving around town one way or another. So that's sort of a general comment on the communications. But that said, I was going to make a point, much like Councilmember Liu just made. I agree with you that I think we should talk a bit more about the 80 by 30 goal. At the time it was set, there was hard to see around corners and exactly what numbers. I appreciate that it pushes us, and that's good. But I think we should look at, let's keep on where we can hit it in certain categories, maybe let's redefine it or swap out parts of it for something else, that if we don't think we're going to hit that number, but there's something perhaps more important we can do in that vein. I think we should examine what exactly it is we want to hold ourselves to, and then hold ourselves to it. And since this is going to be a little tricky to achieve as set, we might want to modify that. So those are just some general thoughts to start us off. And Councilmember Lowing, you're next.
Yeah, I just had one question, because I saw this on the UAC, but I'm just so stunned at what the other cities haven't accomplished and the goals that they have put out, and then they missed those. So it makes me wonder, sort of along the lines of the mayor and Councilmember Liu, are we missing something here? I mean, we're 3 or 4 or 5 times better than them on both goals and achievements. What's happening? Are they just not interested, or do we not know what they're doing as much, so we can't kind of do more than speculate?
We have one huge advantage, is that we own and operate our own utilities, and they don't. That's a huge advantage we have.
But that doesn't mean that they're not committed, is what you're saying? That
Correct. It just means, especially those who have to work with like PG&E or other huge utilities that don't provide the same incentives that our utilities does, that's a big difference.
Yeah, but you look at the bottom here, with San Mateo only have accomplished 1% of their goal, and their goal is to reduce it by 45% by 2030. I mean, that's just so, it's just an outlier statistic, but I'm presuming it's correct. So to me, it sort of speaks to policy issues as well, that they're just not that committed to it. Not that it's not accomplishable.
I can also just add that with a lot of municipalities, especially those that don't own their own utilities, there's a need to work in concert with their local CCA, with their county sustainability organization, and particularly in San Mateo County, they have a lot of those connections. And those, I think those regional efforts by necessity end up working a little bit more slowly. And I think those statements of goals end up pulling those regional collaborations along, but sometimes it takes a little longer for them to get there. And again, that's the advantage for Palo Alto, is that we have our own utilities and we are able to point ourselves in a direction and act in ways that others really need to do a lot of collaborating to get to the same place.
Thank you.
Yeah, public power, it's really quite an advantage. And I think there's some interest up in San Francisco now in trying to emulate what we're doing. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. All right, with that, let's turn to public comment, please.
Our first speaker is Justine B. And Mayor, sorry, before we start with public comment, we do have 11 requests to speak. So not sure if you're, and Rising, 12.
Hello again, Justine Burt, resident.
1 moment.
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep it at 3, but I'm gonna hope that if people don't need their whole 3 minutes, that they will yield to the next person so we can try to keep the whole thing at a half hour. But I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Justine Burt again, resident and executive director of the Palo Alto TMA. As the city moves closer to its 80% reduction below 1990 levels by 2030, on-road transportation is more important than ever. In 2022, on-road transportation contributed 51% of greenhouse gases. In 2024, 56%. The main point I want to make is that many times the more sustainable transportation option has other co-benefits. And I want to give you 5 examples. We have a Hyundai Ioniq 6, and it is a smooth ride with great acceleration and no emissions. When I bike around town for errands, I get fresh air and I feel healthier, I get exercise, and in some cases I can get to Trader Joe's and home faster on my e-bike. For people who live and work near a Caltrain station, they would so much rather be on the Caltrain relaxing than in rush hour traffic on 101. People have very strong feelings about rush hour on 101. And finally, if you're looking for a staycation idea, something my husband and I do twice a year is we bike to Millbrae with our backpacks, and then we hop on the Caltrain. We stay overnight at a hotel in San Francisco, and then we train and bike back. So we get great exercise and get to enjoy time on Caltrain. Patma's cost per ton of greenhouse gases reduced is in the low hundreds. There's so many more opportunities to shift people. And I just wanted to list some co-benefits that I've seen by making the switch. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Avro S.
Good evening, council members. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Avro Shah, and I'm a junior at Palo Alto High School. I'm here tonight because I think that you guys are all doing a really, really good job when it comes to climate. I know that I've interacted with you all for, I think, the last 2.5 years of my life, which isn't much, but I've been able to see us come so far in terms of really being out there to protect our climate and to protect our future. And I know that Palo Alto is one small city in the middle of the world, but I do hope that, you know, what we do here can have a ripple effect, and I do believe that it does, although Santa Monica seems to be doing 4% better. I'm not here to speak in regard to some of the topics that I've spoken to in the past, but rather to sea level rise. I am very happy that we are taking sea level rise seriously in Palo Alto. And I don't see every city in the Bay doing that, which is why I say that. I think that we have a very good plan with our horizontal levee, and we have all the strategies and adaptation techniques that we really need to be able to protect ourselves from, by 2100, what we're expecting to see is around 3 feet of sea level rise. At 6 feet, my home is underwater. And that's something that is hard for me to stomach, and I'm sure it's hard for all of you to stomach as well. But I really hope that, you know, while we are doing all of this to help protect people in Palo Alto, that we can also communicate that to people in Palo Alto, because I've talked to my friends, I've talked to my family, and I've talked to my neighbors about sea level rise, and they know nothing. And I think that the city has a unique ability to reach out and communicate with all residents of Palo Alto, or almost all of them, better than any individual can. And I understand individual power, I understand being able to talk to my neighbors and my friends, but I have a limited reach, and you guys have a much bigger reach than I do. And I really hope that by being able to show people, not alarm, but that we are taking the responsible steps, that we can bring people to action in regard to sea level rise, because I think that's the biggest threat that Palo Alto faces, because if we're underwater, we're not here. Communication is always a very big issue in activism. We're always trying to reach the next person, and I think that parallels with governance and what we try to achieve. But I really do hope that we take this seriously, and also take it seriously as a responsibility and an obligation to the people of Palo Alto, to tell them that this is a problem that we're facing and that we are addressing it. And I really hope that that's something that we all take seriously. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Prisha G.
Good evening, council members. My name is Prisha Goyle, and I'm a junior at Palo Alto Middle College. Growing up in California, I remember and still encounter signs of public health decline due to our environment, and it really concerns me. I've noticed a resurgence of orange skies and smoky air, and I've experienced difficulties breathing outside. And it's frightening to know that all the relief I get from my inhaler when I was young might just get reversed. And lung problems like asthma affect children, not just me, and senior citizens way more than the average citizen. And as a study published in the International Journal of Epidemiology shows, that number is around 40%. It's disheartening to me that my community has to face this problem. Memories of my first year in high school running for my cross-country team in polluted air painfully remind me of what sacrifices we make simply because we prefer something like a gas stove. I'm fortunate we did not run in that weather, but disheartened it's still a reality every year, especially as we get closer to 2030, an important year for our city with regard to our climate goals. I'm hopeful we can make noticeable progress towards our 80-30 goal by shifting away from gas. Talking with the community, it's apparent that gas stoves are a common home appliance. However, if you change the stove, you change the whole house. A single gas stove produces ignorable emissions, but many homeowners have gas lines simply for gas stoves. And from there, homeowners end up using more gas-powered home appliances due to their easy access, despite being less efficient in the long run. Alternatives like induction stove allow water to boil faster, it's more precise, and it keeps indoor air quality safe, even for the most sensitive household residents. Professional chefs like Salmon Nosrat, a Netflix host and induction cooker, say they won't go back to gas. I would like to hand this out to council members. There are many health experts scientifically backing us up who are concerned for Palo Alto, and I personally spoke with them, and they're all the way across from the East Coast, but they're really concerned for Palo Alto. I encourage the city to extend information on its website, like Pat Burt stated, and we reduced natural gas by 31.9% on page 25 of our staff report, and I'm hopeful we can find ways to keep on moving forward. I also talked with Alan Curatori, Lisa Billier, and Diane Bailey from Utilities recently. It's our common understanding that people don't care how their water is heated, but care how their food is cooked. Our community can be more willing to reach out and switch everything from gas incrementally. And I know that we have the rebate program within the city and the loaner program at the Palo Alto libraries, which I'm really excited for. And this is a big step in the right direction. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Hillary G.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm here today for two reasons. First, I want to share with you some amazing electrification messaging kit that has been put together by the County of San Mateo Sustainability Team. It's really great. The Bay Area Air District is also going to use this messaging, and what they've created is a very well-researched and tested messaging kit. As a former marketing person, it makes me really excited to see something that is this professional and this well supported. I urge Palo Alto to adopt this messaging kit. It's free, it's going to save everyone time, and it also enables all of the cities to have the same message, messaging kits, so we will learn very quickly which messages work and which do not. Also, I printed those all out for you using a ton of toner, so I really do hope you read them. So that took me a long time. We in 350 Silicon Valley talk to between 800 and 1,000 people every year, so having the right message will be great, because right now we test it on the fly and adjust it on the fly, but now we'll have a much better way to organize our thoughts. The second thing is that 350 Silicon Valley, your Palo Alto team, is doing a lot more focusing on induction cooking this year, especially for our less affluent residents. We asked the City Council to consider funding a program, and by the way, this idea came up from Scott Milberg, so it's a really amazing idea, to fund a program for residents who qualified for reduced utility rates and have gas stoves. We'd like the city to provide them with a free induction cooking hob, preferably with 2 burners, as well as maybe a pot or 2. For less affluent neighbors, they typically live in smaller homes. They may have old gas stoves. They may have dysfunctional exhaust systems or systems that exhaust to nowhere. So they're likely getting an even more toxic dose than other people are, and they didn't have a choice in it. So this will remove both health and safety issues for a lot of these residents. So really urge you guys to see if you can find the people who, for example, are on the reduced electricity and gas plans. If you can target those people as being your cohort, I think that could be really powerful. Thank you for considering both of these requests.
Our next speaker is Aaron P.
Good evening, council members. My name is Aaron Pei, and I go to Gunn High School. I'm speaking here tonight for agenda item number 9. So 350 Silicon Valley Palo Alto has collected 597 community signatures and signatures from the League of Women Voters, asking City Council to direct the City of Palo Alto Utilities to inform residents about health risks from gas appliance use. Scientific evidence confirms that using gas appliances creates poor air quality both in and out of our homes and is associated with serious health risks. The Bay Area Air District concluded that gas water heaters and HVAC systems worsen regional air quality, contribute to premature death, and create hundreds of millions of dollars in health expenses each year. Gas appliances in homes and buildings significantly contribute to outdoor smog and particulate matter pollution, which are linked to reproductive harm, early death, and various other health issues. A report from Rocky Mountain Institute found that children living in homes with gas stoves face a 24% to 42% increased risk of having asthma, and according to the Public Law Health Center, smoking cigarettes and cooking with gas releases similar pollutants, including nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, benzene, particulate matter, and formaldehyde. The city has an obligation to alert residents to these dangers. Currently, the city's gas safety brochure focuses on gas leaks, call before you dig, and the dangers of carbon monoxide poisoning, but no information on health dangers from gas appliances that do not appear to be leaking. Additionally, we urge the city to add information on gas appliance health risks and best practices to reduce risks in the Gas Safety Awareness Survey. Also, all gas stoves should have a working hood fan vented to the outdoors, which should be run every time the stove is used and for 10 to 15 minutes after cooking to remove lingering pollutants. If unavailable, opening windows and door during and after cooking can also do the similar job, but lower performances. Residents should also know about alternatives to gas cooking, including induction ranges and affordable standalone units. We have provided our signed petitions to the city clerk. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a Zoom participant named NCAC.
Apologies, this is Sven Thiessen from Palo Alto, longtime resident chemical engineer. I second the comments made before me by those speakers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Debbie M.
Hello, this is Debbie Mytels. I'm a Palo Alto resident and also a part of the 350 Palo Alto Steering Committee and many other climate groups as well. I'm pleased with the progress that we've made, but I think we in Palo Alto can do more. And I think the thing that's really important is to think about the publicity that we're giving to people who have made progress towards electrification and much more publicity toward the rebates and things that are available to people. It would be especially helpful, for example, if we would be thinking about something like the lawn signs that were used back in the days of Palo Alto Green about 15, 20 years ago. I drive my bike around town and boy, you see one on almost every block. And we were the city that had the most people participating in Palo Alto Green. And that was a long time ago. What's happened? I think we have some miserably worded lawn signs right now. I have one that says, ask me about meeting Palo Alto's climate goals, but nobody has ever asked me. And this is the only one of these lawn signs I've ever seen in somebody's yard. As a petition that 350 is turning in, we really need to also inform people about the health risks of burning gas in their homes. They don't know what science has been telling us, that this is really very bad. And especially because the gases that are put out as off products of combustion are heavy molecules and they go down closer to the ground. This actually impacts children and pets much more than it does us adults, because they're the ones who are closer to the floor. So we need to think about all the things that we're doing and find ways that we can publicize much more, put articles in the Palo Alto Weekly, pay for it if you have to, but let's talk about the positive health benefits of getting rid of gas. And if we are doing such a better job than the other cities in the peninsula and around the Bay Area, we ought to be publicizing that too. People do feel a certain amount of pride in living in Palo Alto, and it would be wonderful if they would know what a good job we have been doing and encourage people to do more of that work as well. So let's keep up the good work and let's send more attention to publicity. And I think that will help us to change the needle and move where we need to go. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alice.
Hello, my name is Alice Snyder and I go to Notre Dame High School, and I second the comments made by the student before me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah S.
Hello, my name is Sarah, and I'm an 8th grader at Ellen Fletcher Middle School. I'd also just like to second all the comments made before me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anya R.
Hi, my name is Anya Rasmussen. I'm a junior at Pali, and again, I also want to second all the comments made before me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zara H.
Hi, my name is Zara Harwell. I am a junior at Palo Alto High School, and I would also like to second all the comments made before me by students.
Our next speaker is Serena.
Hi, my name is Serena Martin, and I am a junior at Palo Alto Middle College High School, and I would also like to second all the comments made before me.
Our next speaker is Kanami.
Hello, my name is Nami Noguchi, and I'm a current student at Palo Alto Medical College High School.
I second all the comments made before me about actions to work towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions and supporting climate change and sustainability. And thank you to the council members for all the work that you have done through the SCAP plan and other initiatives for the Palo Alto community.
Our next speaker is Valen V.
Hello, council members. My name is Valen Varanasi, and I am a student at Los Altos High. I'm here to ask the city to keep pushing hard on induction cooking because it's one of the most simple and high-impact electrification steps residents can take. Induction cooking is 3 times more efficient than gas. Research from Stanford can back all of this data. Also, in Palo Alto, this is especially worth it because our utility has provided 100% carbon neutral electricity since 2013. So switching from gas to induction cuts emissions immediately. I would really love, and I'm sure we all would, for you guys to start labeling gas stoves with the causes and harmful effects. Thank you for your time.
And that concludes public comment on action item 9.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to thank all of our public commenters and particularly our students who I know there's homework at night, there's a million activities, there's all kinds of things going on. And so we appreciate you taking the time out to talk to us. We learn a lot from your generation and really do appreciate your interest, appreciate you, keep pushing us as we try to move forward as best we can. Love the new, fresh ideas and all of that. I just want to say before I pass the baton, I'm digging this. So I'm looking at this for the messaging. I think that's something really important that we can learn from. And I also like the idea of targeting those on reduced utility rates to look for the induction cooktops, because that could be a nice way to find those that may have the biggest ventilation challenges, which is the most extreme health impact. That said, I want people to think about ventilation generally with respect to health, and I won't go far into that because it'll take us astray, but particulate matter comes from any cooking, all cooking, and so generally we just need to be safer as well as being concerned about the combustion products of natural gas. So with that, I will turn to Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and always great to receive this update and to see the great work that we're doing, but then also to be reminded of the incredible challenge ahead and recognizing, I think, the likelihood we actually meet that 80 by 30 goal. I don't know how optimistic I'm feeling there, but I'm always reminded, I love that, I love that saying, shoot for the moon, and even if you miss, you land among the stars. And I think we're doing that here. I think we're going to land among the stars and be really proud of what we've been able to achieve, and we're going to be able to build off of that. I think we're going to inspire other cities and create a framework that they can follow. And I think any time that any of us cannot be reinventing the wheel is great. I also appreciate this this guide from San Mateo County. I think we should really look into that and see how we can recreate that. A few questions of some of the things in the report I was a little confused on, or just wanted a little more clarification on how we might achieve a goal. So like the bar chart in figure 6 on page 447 shows that between now and 2030, we will reduce the city's transportation and mobile sources of GHG emissions by over half from where it is today. And I'm just kind of curious how staff anticipates that happening when it seems like that source of emissions has been incredibly consistent since 1990. So not sure how, we really haven't made much progress there, but over the next 5 years, we're going to really slash that in half. So any details on how we're doing that? I mean, is that going to be mostly through converting our city's fleet to EV by 2030? How do we plan to do that?
For that particular chart, I'll rely on Christine to correct me if I say anything wrong, but what we're illustrating in that chart is assuming we meet the primary emissions reductions that we would need to meet to achieve 80 by 30. This is meant to illustrate what would be needed to achieve carbon neutrality in addition to that. So it doesn't actually address how to reach those emissions reductions. It just illustrates how one would achieve carbon neutrality if we did.
Okay. Yeah, that's the answer that makes sense, but I guess not the one that I was hoping for. Another one to get a little clarification, the natural environment goals has increasing the tree canopy to 40% by 2030. Love that. And the report says that the 2023 citywide coverage was already 44%, but that coverage in the urbanized areas was 26%. So is the 40% coverage for the urbanized areas?
No, we didn't have a number for the 2024, and the numbers we had previously were what was in Google Environmental Insights Explorer, but Google EIE includes non-urban areas, so that 44% includes the non-urban areas, so it's not really accurate.
Right. So if our goal by 2030 is 40% coverage,
in the urban.
That's in the urbanized areas.
Not including foothills.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. So glad to see that. We don't seem to be making great progress on increase, I think a lot in the multifamily area, which is understandable and also frustrating and is such an impediment for us achieving this goal since about almost, keep getting closer to 50% of the city being renters. On increasing the percentage of multifamily residents with access to overnight EV charging, what is our current EV rebate program? Can you give a little more detail on that?
Sure. So multifamily is an area where primarily in the last few years we've been focusing on EV charging while doing some studies to figure out where our opportunities are in building electrification. And we've actually had a lot of success in the multifamily EV charging area. Our focus has been on getting shared chargers into buildings to support EV drivers. And we have gotten EV chargers into buildings with representing units of over 10%, in buildings with units totaling about 10% of the city's multifamily housing stock. And so that is a huge swath of people who now have access to some level of EV charging, can get started with an EV. With the next phase, what we're trying to do is figure out a full continuum of access and business models that can be expanded so that we can, because we don't have the money to go to 80-90% of buildings, of units. So we're going to, in the next 2 years, experiment with business models that can be scaled more cost efficiently and that focus on everything from making sure that EV charging is nearby, which may be easier than getting it actually into the buildings themselves. And then as you get higher levels of EV adoption within buildings, looking at ways to cost efficiently get individual chargers into people's individual parking spaces. So that's what we're trying to do with EVs. We also have an affordable housing grant program that we have been working with providers over the last year that has, we have several providers on buildings where we'll be electrifying, where we could potentially be electrifying as much as 30% of the central systems in affordable housing in Palo Alto if we're able to achieve all of those projects. So we have a lot of ambitions around multifamily, and I think our expectation was over the last few years that we're going to be focusing mostly on EVs and then studying what the opportunities were, because we do think it's a really important place to focus.
And could I jump in really briefly? Again, Brad Eggleston. Our timing is slightly off, but actually on your agenda for your March 9th meeting, you'll see an informational report that's the basically the info report on SCAP implementation for the third and fourth quarters of calendar year 2025. So while this report that you have in front of you tonight is fairly high level about the inventory and the work plan moving forward, the report that's already been published for next week as an info report has a lot of details about the ins and outs of exactly what's going on in these different programs.
Great, thank you. And I got one more question, if it's okay. Thank you. Are there any incentives for multifamily buildings to be able to switch from gas stoves to electric and other type of conversions of appliances?
We're in the midst of launching those incentive programs right now that will be accessible by both single family and multifamily, as well as cooktop loaner programs along the lines of what's been discussed tonight.
I think it's really important when we're developing those incentives or additional policies that it not just be, I want to say end of life necessarily, but when kind of changes to appliances happen in apartments, it's when an existing tenant typically moves out and then they go in and make some modifications and modernize, and you get the nice new appliances. I've been in my apartment for over 10 years now because it can be naturally more affordable given the rent increases each year, and so I have such an incentive to stay. But the problem is all my appliances are from the Flintstone era, and they're never going to go in there and replace those while I'm there. And I listen to all this incredible information every week that now I have to be incredibly paranoid whenever my wife and I cook, because I'm thinking about all of this scary data that I hear every single Monday night, which is great that we're hearing it, and I think it's helpful, but of course we need the rest of the public to understand, but to actually translate that into policy that's really going to help people. I am worried if it's really just kind of focused on end of life or at the time where, so don't know how we do that. But
no, I can speak to that. So two things about that. For renters who really don't have the ability to swap out their appliances, one of the things we're looking at, and this was an idea that came out of the workshop and was incorporated into the work plan, was making sure that we're giving opportunities, we're educating and promoting and even providing incentives for portable replacements for gas equipment. So two examples are portable induction cooktops. I have one of those at home. And also window-mounted heat pumps are an alternative to your central space heating as well. So that's something we're going to be working on, both promoting and then looking at incentives and loaner programs for people to try these things out.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how that goes. I mean, I also think like one additional appliance being in on top of it is going to be a hard sell, I think, for a lot of people, but I think that's better than nothing.
And with respect to the end of life, these incentive programs, both central system and in unit, are accessible to multifamily landlords. But one of our work items, CA7 in the 2026-2027 work plan, is to develop technical assistance that is really targeted specifically toward landlords and condo associations to deal with their special challenges, to help them take advantage of some of these incentives when the planning might be a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, and maybe just a thought. I know we have so many. I just re-signed my lease last week, and I know there's tons of documents that under Palo Alto ordinance, that kind of information that residents have to acknowledge and sign when they're re-signing their lease. And maybe, because I think the information is important, maybe we want to explore if an apartment has natural gas stoves, that they are required to include that disclosure so at least the residents know, and to be then aware of these programs that exist. Because if I'm just learning about it, I would imagine 90-something% of our tenants have no clue what's available out there or the dangers here. So just an idea. So thank you, Mayor. Sorry I went so far over.
I'll give you your one dispensation tonight. Okay, Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, I agree with those concerns about multifamily. I mean, whenever the landlord has to pay for something, but the renter gets the benefit, that's some friction. And so I'm worried about that. I'm glad you're addressing it. Can you go to slide 10, please? And this shows our use. And this really is a small sliver, but we control it. So in that sense, we should be paying a lot of attention to what we can control. And we have the wastewater facilities, and we haven't changed much in the last few years. Any path forward for reducing the amount of GHG from wastewater?
I will take that. That's a difficult one. So those are, some of that is process emissions that come at the wastewater treatment plant itself, like nitrous oxide emissions. And a lot of that is very difficult to control. Some of it, probably the bigger piece, comes from processing of biosolids. So those are being trucked for composting, and there are releases from the composting process. On that side, it's also difficult to result in large reductions, but we are working right now on a biosolids facilities plan that's looking at planning for the future, going out several decades. We actually just had a community meeting last Tuesday about that plan, and it's going to be coming to the Climate Action and Sustainability Committee a little later this year, and then to the City Council. Okay. And greenhouse gas emissions are one of the key aspects of what we're assessing there.
Okay, very good. Now the orange bars there, that's one component of that is landfill solid waste producing greenhouse gases. Can we improve composting compliance or something like that? What other levers would we have to reduce the amount of that landfills contribute?
Again, and I'll let others jump in if there's more information, but I don't think this is measured data. It's modeled using standard factors for a properly managed landfill. So I'm not sure that there's a lot we could do to reduce that. The reality is probably if we weren't managing the landfill properly, then the emissions would be much higher.
And the other part of that orange indirect emission sources is employee commute, staff commutes. So that's one thing we can work on, is to encourage alternate transportation for staff.
Okay, thank you. What about concrete? We're building a lot of buildings, hopefully more. Any motion on low carbon concrete?
So low carbon concrete is not something that's included in the inventory because those emissions are not in any of the
They're not in our stats, but.
Correct. However, I do know that since the ordinance was passed, we have had a huge compliance with our planning department of enforcing it, and as far as I understand, it's working as it's supposed to.
Yes, I'm sorry, if I could just add. So that was passed as a REACH code by the City Council in 2022 with the last cycle, and that those requirements have now been being implemented for several years by the building department.
Okay, what about our sidewalks? When we put a new sidewalk in, do we use low carbon concrete?
We don't do that yet. It's something we're thinking about.
And do we know why aren't we?
We kind of just haven't gotten to it yet.
Okay, can we put that on our to-do list? I mean, again, these are all small things, but they're things that we control. So I would think that we would want to make low carbon sidewalks.
Yes, it's something I'm talking about with the Public Works team. It didn't rise to the level of something that we included as one of these kind of core activities.
Okay. Another thing that was brought up was the tree canopy, and I'm really concerned about the tree canopy. Just every development now, we're maximizing the density, which means that there's less room for trees. And so I think we really have to look at the areas that we can control, and that's our parks. There's a lot of areas, like when I would walk out at Bowl Park for lunch hour, all the benches during the summer, all the benches with shade were used, and all the benches in the sun were not. And so there's a lot of areas along walkways and paths that planting trees not only would help our canopy and help our greenhouse gases, but it also would provide more shade for people and make it more pleasant to be in the parks. And same with a school, around the school playgrounds. Quite often you can plant trees there, and they're at the edge of the playground, and they wouldn't affect any plane of the catch, but it would also provide shade for the kids to sit in. And also street trees. When I bike down the road, there's a lot of places where there's empty street trees. And if we could add those, that would make some small incremental improvement that now tries to, because we're gonna have to make those incremental improvements to counteract the development that's coming on. So I think we really need to make an effort to plant more trees in the areas that we control. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Just a few comments, and I'll try to keep this brief. You've definitely heard from us in the community about communication, and we appreciate the thought so far and how it's already incorporated into the work plan. I have not substantially, or I've barely skimmed this document, for example, but I hope we can look at best practices in the process. Just to be explicit, I also support communication about the risks, health risks of natural gas in the home. I'll second the comments about multifamily and renters. I always raise that flag, rest assured, Vice Mayor Stone. And I have seen good progress, but of course there are still challenging implementation gaps on water heating, space heating, et cetera. One thing that I'll say that we got a lot of public comment on in committee was on bike and ped infrastructure. We of course have the work plan item here, the item number 21, that includes the bike and ped plan, that includes the Quarry Road extension. But just as a sort of comparative piece of context, I know Santa Monica has really aggressively invested in separated bike lanes and just improved bike lanes overall in the last 10 years and is continuing to invest substantially. I think that's really a direction we should look at. And this comment is for council as much as anyone else as we do our bike and pedestrian plan update. I'll echo a point I did make during committee, and I would welcome any other reactions to this. We have a couple of items that look at incentives, regulatory measures, zoning, permitting, and barriers to adoption. There is a really expansive view we could take on this. We could think big pictures about whether commercial buildings that electrify should have marginally smaller setbacks because they might need more insulation, or marginally higher building heights because they might add some equipment that adds a few feet to their roof line. And there might be incentives that we could look at that reduce the effective cost of electrification. We could even look at TDRs for some sort of outstanding commercial electrification initiative, similar to how we give TDRs to properties that do seismic retrofits or designate themselves as historic. I'm not, wedded to any of these ideas at all. I'm just saying that I would hope that we can take an expansive sort of grounds up view of where the incentives can actually hit the hardest. Another comment that we got a couple times in committee was just making sure that these are as quantitative as possible, so that we can develop metrics, preferably metrics about actual greenhouse gas emission reductions. So I'll just elevate that point to the full council. Yeah, and +1 to the point about trees and tree coverage, especially in tree wells and parks. So a lot of mixed comments there, but overall really supportive and excited to keep working on this over the next year.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first on the built environment, one thing we haven't talked about is that we really already have the incentives in place where new buildings are almost invariably electrified. Our challenge is the retrofit of existing buildings, ours and everybody else's challenge. And one thing, though, that I didn't see under the planning, it's on page 503, I think it is, and that is we look at transit-oriented development. But if we have transit-oriented development and we think that people will have a significant use in transit because of their proximity, we've seen at MTC that that's not happening as much as we assumed. But when you have transit-oriented development with services that are walkable, then trip reductions are reduced. For that matter, car ownership is reduced. And I want to make sure that we're including services that are walkable and not merely adjacency to transit. And then I wanted to jump on, I was glad that the concrete reduction, Councilmember Rectal brought that up, and that's within what would be scope 3 calculations, is not part of what we're calculating in terms of what we're consuming. Eventually, everybody's going to need to migrate to there to get the true complete picture of GHGs from a community. But can we get whatever estimation we have of the quantification of the GHG reductions from the progress that we've made and what we're projecting on low carbon concrete? And then I will say that it's great that we've been requiring that of the private sector. I'm kind of shocked that it didn't make our own radar until recently on our internal use. And we not only have sidewalks, but we have some streets that are concrete and some other civic facilities. So I'd really like to see going forward that quantified, even though it's not part of our 80-30 calculation. And I'll note that I think I maybe read that Santa Monica has gone to low carbon concrete. Marin County, to credit where it's due, in our region, they had developed the model program. And then on our funding plan, one of the things that we've had in our looking at our strategic plan on funding is we don't have enough dollars to incentivize getting to where we need to go. And we've really been starting to struggle with how do we scale these programs and with the dollars that we anticipate are going to be available. And how do we, one of the things was that we want to concentrate those subsidies on lower income, not necessarily exclusively, but a greater proportion there. And then, so how do we move the dial if we don't have the subsidies? And there's kind of two ways. One is communication. And what we've talked about already tonight on induction cooktops, I'm convinced that's going to move the dial and people will choose to make that change. And then eventually, we're going to be looking at what areas we may want to have mandates. I mean, we mandate certain, as a society, over different things, seismic upgrades. Well, how is this so drastically different from that? As we start looking at what can be gradual mandates that are not overly onerous, that are reasonable, but we start moving from just incentivizing and subsidizing in a way that we can't fully scale to accomplishing what we really are aiming for. I did want to note on the induction cooktop, like John, 3 years ago, we decided to just try out a 2-burner induction cooktop. We placed it right on top of our gas stove, and guess where it is today? And we just won't go back. And that goes to this program. I'm really glad to hear that staff has got a number of ways that they are looking at really scaling that program. I think a loaner to buy would go over well. You loan it to anybody who wants to. We get a couple hundred of them, and they can just take out a loaner for free. And after X number of months, if they want to keep it, they pay us $200. They're amazingly low cost if people are just choosing the simple ones. I mean, they're much better systems that you can build in, but the stove-mounted ones are pretty simple. And then, sorry, just looking at my other notes. One thing on the internal city reductions from our own transportation. I've seen that it appears we now have our own e-bike system, but I have noted this a couple years ago that in our sister city in Enschede, when we went over there and borrowed a bike from the city, and I asked their staff whether they have some kind of incentive or anything on having city employees during the day if they have city work, how many of them use bikes and e-bikes? And they said, you don't understand. We actually have to request special permission to use a car other than the bike. And they don't have our climate. And so we've got this small e-bike fleet that we don't use much because culturally we haven't said we expect city staff to use e-bikes where they are convenient and fast. And as Justine Burt said, you know, it can get to your destination faster during traffic. And I will tell you that for city staff to observe things that are going on in the community that need fixing or whatever, you're going to see a lot more if you're on an e-bike than if you're in a car or a truck. And then I did want to note that some of what's evolving is the real progress on technologies. A couple years ago, we were looking at whether for commercial buildings, office buildings, what are called roof pack systems that go up on top of the roof, was that really a viable thing to have as a program? And at that time, it really didn't look like it was. And we've done a pilot, and it's looking much more promising, and they keep advancing technologies on all scales of those. So we're going to see technologies continue to improve and the costs of them go down. On the big issue of are we going to hit our goal? When we set this goal in 2016, we really didn't know what it would take to get there and what was possible. And nobody else did either. In the ensuing years, in 2019 and 20, I was starting to hear a refrain on the council and the community that was an aspirational goal, as if it was never intended or thought that we could ever get there. And that was actually one of the reasons I wanted to come back on the council, because that wasn't the original intention, even though we didn't know that we would be able to achieve it. It's now looking like we may not hit it, but we need to go down really trying, which is exactly what we're doing, and come as close as possible. And if in 2029 we want to recalibrate it, then we can have that discussion. But this is one of the reasons also that we set a carbon neutrality goal 3 years ago. That has become more of a standard. It's actually, ironically, easier to achieve than the 80% reduction. But we want to make sure that we're really pursuing that. It's in the plan, but we really haven't put much meat on the bone there. It does go, for instance, in the biosolids. If we are to pursue a pyrolysis process of biochar and biosolids, which is emerging as a technology. It's a problem because they're wet and you have to completely dry it. Then that actually becomes a carbon capture and storage technology. So whenever we're ready, I will be willing to make a motion with just a couple of amendments to the staff recommendation.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I was just going to highlight one item that Councilmember Burt actually just covered. But first, I want to say that I think this does represent extraordinary quality of work, not just quantity of work, which the mayor already counted on. And there's so many fingerprints on this from all the right people in terms of the staff and UAC, the Sustainability Committee, and so on. And it just been a community effort to get where we are. And I salute all of you that have worked on it and that organized it in that direction. I'm particularly impressed with the quality of the climate action plan. It's very detailed, and you know when you're on target. The comment I was going to make is that I appreciate that this starts out as CA1 about advancing home electrification pilot, et cetera. And you obviously talk about the home as well as commercial. But we've now touched on the home part, which I'm going to highlight. I still feel like the fundamental issue there is money, because whether it's someone who's a lower income person or whether it's somebody who's not a lower income person, but they have to change out what's working, quote, working perfectly fine for $3,000 and cookware and so on. So I think that we need to do education, as Councilor Burt said. And I think we also should look at things that are more expansive than just let's figure out a program as we can do some rebates. And I think this loaner idea is just a great idea. But my concern in the work plan is on this item, which is in, well, it's other places, but CA13, SCAP funding and financing strategies, and will develop potential financing and financing strategies for our consideration in Q4 of 26. And most of the things that are about funding and so on tend to be in end of Q3, Q4. I understand we're just into March now, and so it's only 9 months away, but that's just to get the program, and then we have to implement it. And we sort of are going to take up another year in this. Now, in the next item that we're going to talk about, you're going to talk about being able to do things if you have the time, and you just aren't going to have the time. So I guess my plea is if there's any way to move up these financing strategies for existing homes and businesses, then I would just really urge us to try to do that, because I just think that's a major barrier. And you know there's going to be a momentum when somebody gets their first loaner cooker. They go, whoa, what's that? When you have somebody over for dinner, they go, whoa, I need that. And I think those are the kind of creative things that we should be taking a look at. I mean, we had another request just tonight for, let's find a way to help fund these particularly domestic situations. So I just urge you, if possible, to try to look at accelerating that piece of the business.
Yeah, we agree with the need to move as quickly as we can on financing pilots. And I just want to note that CA13 is really about, if we're able to launch these pilots and we're able to see success with them, how would we scale them up community-wide? And that analysis probably will take a little bit longer, but the financing pilots that are noted elsewhere in the work plan are definitely high priority. They do take some work to set up and administer, so we're going to move as quickly as we can on those.
Okay.
And if I could just add, while that lists Q4 of the year as completing that, our first discussion with the Climate Action Committee on that topic is only a month from now. So we're jumping on it right away.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, we're on the financing thing. It's going to literally be a gating item. So glad you lifted that up. And yeah, I just, it's really a joy to do this work in this community. I love the public comment about the horizontal levy on the sustainability side. I was just out there yesterday with my daughter and husband, and we were taking a walk, and I'm like, oh, come look at this. And I walk over to the sign, and my daughter said, Mom, we did this a month ago when we took the walk. I'm like, okay. So I just think it's exciting to see the actual progress we're making, to have such a supportive community, and that's just really terrific. On these items, just sticking with the funding one for a moment, yeah, I appreciated that you were real clear in the report so the public and everyone knows that we just don't have enough money to maintain the incentives the way we'd thought perhaps, or that we have done in the past, even for the incremental cost in some ways. And so we'll have to look at being targeted, whether it's in some of the ways Councilmember Burt mentioned, but we've talked about, it'll be really good to have the longer, deeper conversation about electrification as a service and the zero interest financing and all the different options, but we'll have to make some decisions about that. One of the things that I have been encouraged to look at by some of our advocates, and is sort of just a more putting a finer point on the things that other colleagues have said, is really these building performance standards. And this is where, so it's not just new buildings, it's really, other cities have done this and said, so you don't necessarily just incentivize them, you just sort of mandate that you start with perhaps reporting, and then over time there are increasing standards about decarbonization and requiring that. And I think we could look at other cities and learn from that and explore that along the way. And that would be something interesting to do, because we are really now, in order to get as close to these goals as we can, really having to figure out where are we going to eke that out. So I think that's something that I'll be glad, I'm glad to see, and I think we can, I would encourage us to really focus on this year. It's a little bold, some folks, because it's a lot easier with the new ones, but I think it's one of the places where we could make some marginal improvement. So with that, so that we can get on to our next item, I'll turn it back to Councilmember Burt, because he has an interest in making the motion.
Thank you. So I would like to move the two sets of staff recommendations, and the clerk has those, and with a couple small amendments. One under communications to emphasize the health risks of methane, and to develop a communication plan similar to the San Mateo County model. And third, to leverage community resources. And I think those are the only things that really need to add to the plan.
I'll second that.
Great. One thing I meant to note earlier on Caltrain is actually we did do in the, I think it's the calendar year 25, we've seen that we've reduced GHGs citywide by nearly 2% as a result of Caltrain electrification, aside from whatever ridership growth and things. So that's a really great achievement. I don't think I have anything more to add except appreciation for the really outstanding work that our staff has done. And, when we're talking about kind of the progress in recent years, one of the big things was that we came forward with additional resources for staff, because we have some really dedicated folks who work on this, and they needed more capacity to get to where we are now. And they may need more yet going forward, and this is going to be one of the things that we'll have to be looking as, if we're going to meet these goals, we need to give them the staff capacity to do this very complex set of initiatives. So thanks.
Yeah, Keith, do you want to speak to your second? No. Thanks. I wanted to see it on the screen, and I'm also trying now with the 80 million things I have open to get back to this. I wanted to make a friendly amendment. And just give me one moment. Must be this one, yeah. So I'm wondering if you would entertain broadening 3A to just say emphasize health risks, because I think there's a lot of messaging we can do.
Sure. Why don't
Okay.
we say emphasizing health risks, and I think staff will understand methane is near the top, but not exclusively, so that's fine.
Yeah, and it's really the combustion products of methane, and and there's also particulate matter and blah blah blah. So I just think that we could have a lot more that we can do with that. And and we can work this out more in committee, I guess. I was trying to figure out how to blend B with my observation earlier about the communication focus not being just on making sure people know that we have things that, in our language, SCAP and 80 by 30, but really understanding our broader goals. And at a glance, I think that's why I said I'm digging it when I saw your thing. But I just wonder if that's, I mean, it does say a plan similar to.
Yeah, what if we were to say communication plans similar to San Mateo County and emphasizing the full set of Palo Alto goals, or something to that effect. We saw in the community survey, we were very surprised at the relatively low percentage of our community who knew what our 80-30 plan was. And here we thought everybody knew.
Well, I guess I want to say a communications plan that is not so much focused on knowledge and having people know about our goals, but incentivizing action, incentivize behavior, adoption of these practices. And I'm struggling to find the right words, but that's what I would really like to see it sort of. So plan similar to the San Mateo County model and incentivizing behavioral change or adoption. I think we know what we mean. I'll stop trying to wordsmith it. I'd like to ask this seconder.
Well, as the maker first, if it's, and I can't quite read it, but if it's incentivize fulfillment of our goals, if that's what we're really talking about.
How about incentivizing action toward toward our climate action goals, but then we have two actions. Incentivizing behavior toward our climate action goals. How's that? Because we're trying to get them to do something.
Toward meeting, yes. Toward meeting our climate action goals.
Great.
Would be fine with me.
I would appreciate that. Seconder?
Yeah, are you both happy?
I'm happy.
If you're both happy, I'm happy.
Okay, we're all sufficiently happy.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Could I get an explanation of exactly what C means? That's sort of a little general.
Well, it's by putting it there, it's not trying to delineate all the elements, but it's as I spoke about earlier, is to really utilize the various community partners. Like, I don't know if you know, when we did our heat pump water heater program, 350.org went through hundreds, if not thousands of households to survey them. And that sort of grassroots ability is way beyond what we have staff capacity to do. But to really what I want to do is make sure that that partnering is actually codified as part of our plan, as opposed to something that we might think of doing once in a while.
I like the word partners. That really gives them a stake in it, I think.
Okay, I'd be fine with changing community resources to partners.
Happy.
Okay, are we set? Looks like. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames did drop off, so the motion carries 601. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames absent for the vote.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much to staff. Thank you to our community advocates out there helping us be smarter about what we do. We really appreciate it. And we will close out 9, move on to 10, and I will note that we lost some time there, but we're still a little ahead of schedule, but we're going to keep up the momentum here. So thank you very much. All right, who's up for 10? So item 10, status update on implementation of the RRSP and accept some things.
All right. Just waiting on the slides. Okay, good evening, council members. I'm Jonathan Abendschein, Assistant Director for Climate Action, and I'm joined by Terry Crowley, Utilities Chief Operating Officer. We also have online consultants, Bureau Happold, that we will talk about a little bit later. And also, since this has been to both the Sustainability Committee and the Utilities Advisory Commission, we also have representing the Utilities Advisory Commission, Commissioner Rachel Croft. Next slide, please. All right, so tonight we're going to give you a status update on the Reliability and Resiliency Strategic Plan, everything that we've been doing under that plan to increase the community's electric reliability and resiliency. We're going to ask you to consider a staff recommendation on reliability metrics and both Sustainability Committee and UAC recommendations on a cost-benefit analysis of flexible energy technologies and efficient electrification. Next slide, please. And next slide. We'll start with a status update on the Reliability and Resiliency Plan overall. So this plan was adopted in April 2024 in the context of the SCAP with the intent of improving community reliability and resiliency through both traditional utility operations, so that's strategies 1 and 2, and 4 additional strategies exploring whether we could use flexible energy technologies like solar, batteries, vehicle to grid, and others, as well as efficient electrification strategies to reduce electric utility supply costs, defer distribution investment, and enhance community resiliency. Next slide, please. So I'm going to jump ahead and talk about strategies 3 through 6, so you don't have to keep jumping back between Terry and me. The city has done quite a bit to reduce barriers to community adoption of these technologies I mentioned, as shown on this slide. Happy to answer questions about any of these. And then in a moment, I'm going to talk about the cost-benefit analysis we did on whether we should go beyond just barrier reduction with these technologies and actually provide incentives and intensive programs to drive their widespread adoption. But before I do that, I'm going to turn it over to Terry, who will talk a little bit about some of the things we're doing with our traditional utility investments and operations, as well as the reliability metrics, and then we'll circle back.
So, good evening. So for grid modernization, the city has finished a pilot area, and so we've learned some lessons from that, and we've learned some different thoughts about potentially how to approach that. And one of the things we were looking at is, from a perspective, overall perspective, is to look at safety and reliability first, identify those projects and build those projects, and as we build those projects, build out capacity. So that really starts to focus in on rebuilding the substations, and as we rebuild those, build capacity for the future electrification needs. We also kind of learned that as we build out the distribution system, it may be more advantageous for us to really focus on where customers are truly electrifying rather than just continuing to build out neighborhoods and maybe those facilities sitting there for several years, maybe even as much as a decade before customers actually electrify and actually use that infrastructure. And financially, that will probably be better positioned for the electric utility and help to keep rates low. The other thing that we're working through too is to improve reliability is the second transmission line. So we're working through the CalISO transmission planning process to improve the second line into, or additional line into the Colorado receiving station. Right now that's approved to be built as soon as 2034, but new and updated load forecasts indicate that that could be needed as soon as 2030. And in May, CalISO will be reviewing and approving a new and updated plan, which may include advancing the Ames 115 line to 2030. Next slide, please. So in addition to this, workforce, we need staff to move these projects forward, managing that. So we'll continue to make that a focus and work on that. Currently 14% vacancies, and that's probably the low end of the numbers, depending on where we are in the recruitment and filling process. So we do have some, vacancies that in some legacy employees that retire out, and we have to fill those. So we're filling positions, but we're losing staff at about the same rate right now. Wildfire protection, obviously, very important, public safety. So implementing the wildfire mitigation plan, which includes undergrounding of the foothills area, plan to be completed with that undergrounding by the summer of 2026. So well ahead of the heavy fire season that should be in September or October of this year. And then outage communications, again, outage communication to the customers to let them know when outages are occurring and when we expect to have the power restored. Continue to work on improving that system and improving the communication with the customers. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So another measure of system reliability, which will become important as we electrify the system and become more dependent on electricity, is measuring how reliable the system is, how available the system is to customers. And so industry has long-standing metrics that they use. The three metrics that are most prominent are SAIDI, SAIFI, and CAIDI. SAIDI and CAIDI are durations measured in minutes, and SAIFI is an index that measures the average number of outages. So again, these are averages, so the number of outages spread out over all customers. And so as you look at SAIDI, the average duration of customers, so that's the average duration, how many minutes in a year you would expect to have a power outage for the average customer. SAIFI is an average of the interruptions, so the average number of outages you expect to occur or to experience within a year. And then CAIDI is a little bit more focused. So CAIDI is of customers that do actually have an outage, what is the duration for those outages? And so that is a measure of how fast the utility is able to restore power. Next slide, please. So looking at these numbers, and the next slide will show some graphics of where we're at right now, but staff is recommending reliability goals to target SAIDI and SAIFI to match or exceed the top 25% quartile of the American Public Power Association's metrics on an annual basis when we exclude major event days. And major event days are really, when you have heavy weather or large outages. So on a national ranking, it doesn't necessarily make sense to measure, your performance under those conditions because some areas, Midwest, East Coast, could have outages and weather that would, make their outages look worse than, say, a West Coast that may have more mild or, not experience as many weather conditions during that year. And then at all times outperform PG&E's system reliability numbers for the DeAnda division. So not PG&E's system-wide numbers, but really focused in on the DeAnda division, which is the division that surrounds Palo Alto. So it would be really a good local comparison, and that would compare both major event days as well as excluding major event days from those indices. Next slide, please. And so for calendar year 2024, this shows performance of the city of Palo Alto, as well as Alameda and the city of Santa Clara, as well as PG&E's De Anza district and the APPA's top quartile. And so what you can see in the dark blue is the city of Palo Alto generally outperforming the other comparables. In Safety and Sadie, the Palo Alto shows very well to that, with the exception of Sadie and Alameda's area. And then with Katy, we see Palo Alto's numbers are a bit higher compared to Alameda and the APPA top quartile, but show pretty consistent with PG&E and more favorable than Santa Clara. One of the reasons that Palo Alto has a longer restoration time when we experience outages, typically when we experience outages, there's either an equipment failure or there's something else that was damaged that the crews physically have to go out and repair. So very seldom does the city of Palo Alto experience outages where there's a bird that gets in the line, maybe electrocutes itself and falls to the ground, and then we can restore power very quickly. Typically for us, it's more of like a transformer failing or tree falling through the line and taking those wires down. Next slide, please. And from here, I'll turn it over to Jonathan.
Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so now I'll talk a little bit about that cost-benefit analysis I referenced earlier. So in late 2024, staff hired a consultant, Bureau Happold, and I want to note that we have Julian Parsley, Nathaniel Gunderson, and Fernando Miramontes from Bureau Happold on the line tonight, and really appreciate the work that they've done here to help us with this topic. So the consultant helped us to value flexible energy technologies and efficient electrification in reducing electric utility supply and enhancing short-term community resiliency, and then to work with us on a qualitative assessment of long-term resiliency. And then we worked with another consultant, Energea, to evaluate the potential to defer distribution investment. And we did a very lightweight preliminary analysis on that to see if a more in-depth analysis would be worthwhile. Next slide, please. So the studies found that while all the technologies do have benefits, meaning it is worthwhile for the city to engage in low-cost efforts to make it easy for people to adopt them, none of the benefits outweighed the costs, which means that customers who adopt them do increase their day-to-day costs. And that doesn't mean they're not getting value out of it. They may see real value in having that long-term resiliency protection against extended outages or a major event. And so the cost benefit for those individuals is positive. But just on the basis of utility energy supply and short-term outage protection, it's not a positive cost benefit. And our policies pass through those values and allow people to make those decisions on an individual basis right now. But the study's conclusion was that a major push to adopt city incentives and intensive programs to promote these technologies would raise overall energy costs to the community. So staff recommended against adopting any programs like that at this time. It's not necessarily the results that we were hoping to see, but it is the results that we experienced, and we're going to continue to monitor them going forward in case that cost benefit changes. Commercial solar and storage solar and batteries did show a break-even value and could be cost-effective on a case-by-case basis. I will note that generally partnering with commercial customers on these sorts of projects, they generally require much more rapid paybacks on their investment than are typically provided by a break-even cost benefit. But we still think it's worthwhile to look at these on a case-by-case basis. And the studies also did not find any opportunities for deferring distribution investment with these technologies. It would have been excessively costly, and also the complexity, it would be challenging for a utility our size, the control systems and so on. Next slide. This shows the residential cost-benefit analysis. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I'm happy to answer questions. Next slide. And this shows the commercial cost benefits, and all this information is in the report. So let's talk about the staff recommendation. Next slide, please. So the recommendations for tonight are a little complicated. The first item's simple. Staff just recommends that the City Council accept the electric system reliability indices recommended in the report, and this would fulfill Strategy 1, Action 6 of the Reliability and Resiliency Strategic Plan. And then staff received slightly different recommendations from the committee and the UAC on the cost-benefit analysis and the recommended actions to take. So they were identical in almost all ways except one or two. So both bodies recommended that the council accept the report, direct staff to promote shifting electric load to off-peak periods, to promote and reduce barriers for various technologies. Next slide. To periodically review and update the cost-benefit analysis, evaluate large-scale solar and battery opportunities as they arise, and both wanted to have a follow-up discussion on microgrids and long-term resiliency in 2026. Next slide. The main difference, one of the only differences was how to intensively to pursue recommendation 3B, which was reducing barriers and promoting technologies. The Sustainability Committee recommended a higher level of effort, which would involve adding a part-time hourly to work on these activities more proactively, while the UAC recommended continuing the current practice of addressing these issues as they arise and as staff time is available. And that was the main difference. The other smaller difference was that both bodies recommended a full update to the cost-benefit analysis every other year, but the UAC also recommended just updating the electric supply costs, which staff agreed would not take too much effort and could be easily incorporated into the motion. So if the City Council adopted the committee recommendations, staff would need to incorporate a budget proposal in the FY27 budget for the half-time hourly, but the UAC recommendation would not require additional resources. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Given the hour, I'm inclined to go right to public comment. Do we have any tonight?
Looks like we have one request to speak. Our first speaker is Stephen R.
Good evening, council members. Stephen Rosenblum here. A very interesting report. I really appreciate the hard work of staff and council sitting to late hours to discuss this issue. It's pretty dry, but extremely important. I guess I was surprised to see that the staff values the virtual power plant distributed energy resources as such low cost benefit. I tend to conclude that this is due to Palo Alto's foresight in acquiring very low cost power from hydroelectric plants in the past. So we can probably thank our previous city leaders for their foresight. I know Palo Alto's rates are about half of PG&E's, so it becomes difficult to compete with that kind of low generation cost. On the other hand, I think having on-site or in the city storage and virtual power plants offers the possibility of improving our resource adequacy, which is the ability to respond to the maybe 100 hours per year when the grid is strained to its peak values. I don't know how much Palo Alto's grid reflects that, but in California, there's only 80 hours per year when the grid needs all its resources, and the rest of the time it's running on 50% capacity. And that problem can be alleviated by having a local storage, which can also act as emergency backup. And I was just apprised of a program in New Orleans which gives citizens incentives to put batteries in their houses, which the city can control. So each house has its own battery storage system, which the city can call on to either store or release energy as the need occurs. So I think, even though it may not be a slam dunk on the bottom line, I think this is something the city should really look forward to doing as a leader in the electrification of everything and the fight against climate change. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on action item 10.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Dr. Rosenblum. So we'll take it back to colleagues, and Councilmember Rickdahl, we'll start with you.
Mayor Vinker, can I also just remind the council that we do, if you have questions or want to know about the Utility Advisory Commission's recommendation, we do have Commissioner Croft on the line as well.
Commissioner Croft, welcome. Thank you for hanging out with us at this late hour. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, Councilmember Rickdahl.
Can you go back to slide 11? And on that, you were talking about the outages, and you said Palo Alto typically just doesn't have a short outage, we have long outages. And why is that different? Why is Palo Alto different than other places?
So Palo Alto, typically when we do have an outage, it's due to an equipment failure. So a transformer failed, or there's a tree through the line, taking those lines down, or a pole's broken, or a car pole accident, and so those outages require a crew to go out and actually repair, replace, rebuild that equipment. And the time to replace, rebuild that equipment extends those outages. And so when we see the average duration, customers' average duration of outage, we see that number being larger than some of the other industries. So other utilities I work for, a number of their outages are unknown. And so the crew goes out there, just refuses, and within 45 minutes, the power's back on.
So why is Palo Alto different than other communities?
We don't have a lot of unknown outages, and we don't have a lot of transitory outages, basically a tree hitting a line and the branch falling to the ground. When we have an outage, it's due to equipment failures largely.
And why is that?
I would suspect that it's more from aging equipment. That's just a sign of your system as it ages. You tend to have more failures. And so I would say that that's an indication that your system is aging and at that end of life.
Okay. Can you go to slide 14? And this, you were talking about none of the technologies outweighed the costs. Can you talk about what the technologies were that you looked at? These were just the ones in the first bullet, or was there other ones included?
Sure. Can we have the next slide, please? Yes. So here you can see the list of technologies, and there were some more detailed, slightly more detailed and more nuanced sort of subcategories that you can see in the report, but this covers the most important technologies.
Okay, so we're adding new technologies to the grid as opposed to just modernization of the grid. This is actually adding new functionality.
Yes, this is, in addition to everything that we're doing through our grid modernization effort, this is asking the question, what if we made a real push to add a bunch of battery systems or solar and storage or vehicle to grid? Could we save money by doing that? And we didn't find an opportunity until the technology costs come down.
Yeah, I understand that. That makes sense. So if we go back to slide 10, and so the reliability goals, if your power is out, if you tell someone, well, don't worry, someone in San Jose has outages more often. They don't get my power back on. And so I don't think necessarily saying that other people are worse than us isn't a good selling point. I would like to see we are working on improving our reliability. And I think the best way to do that is historically look back at past outages and say, well, here are the last major outages in Palo Alto for the last 5 years. Would grid modernization change that? And if we can show people that, yes, of these major outages, 70% of them would have been shorter or wouldn't have happened if we had new equipment. I think that's more of a selling point than saying that Cupertino is worse than us. So I understand why we have this. This is an easy metric to compare, but I don't think this is what the general public really cares about.
Yeah, and I can understand that from a perspective. It doesn't matter how the power is in San Jose, if it's on or off, what it costs. That's not relative to somebody that lives in Palo Alto. But from an industry perspective, to kind of demonstrate how you're performing relative to the areas around, are you providing value to the community? Largely public utilities look at their neighbors and say, like, are we adding value for our community or we're not, you know? So if we're exceeding and outperforming, you can kind of show that, right? But is that the total story? Probably not. You still want to see those trends. And certainly with grid modernization, we would expect, staff would expect that you see improvements, like that trend getting better and better. And as we include modern utility practices versus practices were done in the 70s and 80s, we would also start to see improvements in reliability as well as restoration times.
Yeah, okay, because I mean, it's just like driving a car. Most people really don't want their car to leave them by the side of the road. And most people really don't want their utility to have a blackout. And people will pay more to have a car that doesn't leave them by the side of the road. And I think people in Palo Alto will be willing to pay more to reduce the number of blackouts. And so I think that's the messaging we have to work on is how do we convince the public that yes, we aren't just randomly modernizing the grid, we're actually making progress, and in going forward, we'll have less outages than we had in the past. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I want to follow on to what Councilmember Rectal was talking about on our reliability and resiliency. And the good news is we are already in process of improving our reliability and resiliency through the grid mod program that creates higher capacity transformers, better technology, newer, not having aged equipment, to our advanced metering system, which has some reliability benefits, to the second transmission line on the horizon, to the great work having been done in the foothills, to even improving our dispatch center staffing a number of years ago, which was one of the factors in our outages back a few years ago. Put all those together, and we've got a package that is moving us already toward better reliability and resiliency. But I couldn't find, we talk about KPIs throughout this, I couldn't find any quantitative goals. And when we are looking other than the ones that are saying, comparing the industry, beating PG&E and within the 5-year industry average, basically. Those other cities, as we talked about in the last item, they're not trying to convince their community to electrify and give up gas yet. And we're much further along on that path. And our customers, this is not an issue of us comparing ourselves to another utility staff taking pride in that we are better than other utilities. Our need is to convince our customer base to move in the direction that is our fundamental goal of this 80-30 goal. And to do that, we need to provide confidence in them, in us, their confidence in us, that their electricity is going to be on enough. And we need to have higher goals than the ones that are here. And I'm convinced that these two that have been set, they're a piece of cake with what we've already got in going on already. We need to set quantitative goals, looking at back. We had deteriorated a little bit, and we saw an update last year that staff had said, "Oh, you know, we haven't deteriorated at all, but PG&E deteriorated a whole bunch." Actually, we had deteriorated a bit, and they had deteriorated a bunch. I'm confident that we're already on a path to be as good or maybe better than we have in a decade. But that's the goal that we need to do, is set first to get back to where we were, the very best we were, and then to set a number that we think is the best approximation we can have of where we should be if we want to convince the community to electrify. And I think that is fundamental to our entire climate program. That we can do all the stuff we've been talking about in the last item and this one. And if we don't have the community buy-in, we aren't going to get there. And this is really essential to getting the community buy-in and to selling them on it. And I do agree that comparison to other communities is a valuable selling point. We do want to continue to demonstrate to our customers that our reliability is better than PG&E and our costs are a fraction. But within that cost being a fraction of PG&E, we can invest in our reliability and also have the best reliability there is. I mean, we in Santa Monica should be worried about having the best reliability in the industry because we're trying to move on the electrification path faster. I did want to note too that a number of times, John, you had talked about that the cost benefits that we looked at throughout this did not include benefits that are not direct financial and quantified benefits. But we keep using the term benefits. And we need to clarify, those are financial, quantifiable financial benefits, because those other benefits, which are the reasons why community members are time and again putting in battery storage, is because they perceive a benefit. That is a benefit, it's just not quantifiable financially. And we really need to make that distinction throughout. So those are my initial main points. I have a couple other later.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I'll start by really echoing Councilmember Rechtel and Burt. I like the concept of being in the top quartile, but and I understand why we want relative industry metrics, but I agree that we should be more aggressive. I think we should take absolute metric improvement goals like X% improvement year over year on each of these metrics. I understand that those metrics are noisy, that outages are rare, so some years you might miss our X% improvement goals, but I think we can still take them. What struck me, though, most of all, was that we seem, at least in, I already forget how to pronounce these, SAIDI and SAFI, that we are already well above the top quartile. And so in that respect, we are clearly not setting goals that are ambitious enough. I think we should formulate a TBD absolute improvement goal, and we should tighten up our goals, at least for SAIDI and SAFI. Apologies for forgetting the pronunciation already. On the interesting point about the diverging UAC and climate committee recommendations, I think we're maybe working from similar information, but like Councilmember Burt said there's this assumption that I have, at least, that there are solar and battery storage opportunities that are maybe overlooked by these sort of average numbers that we calculate. So we know that there's significant residential uptake. I think it'd be really important to have programs that understand where that residential uptake is coming from. Is it only happening among the wealthiest and most paranoid households, for example, and maybe not something we can learn from? And I think there are actually really significant commercial opportunities to the extent that the average nearly pencils out. We know that there are many, many commercial properties that are going to be far beyond the average in terms of the value of resiliency. Like if you're a biotech company with a bunch of freezers, if you are Tesla or XAI with a data center, if you are any number of industrial or medical uses, reliability will matter much more than if you are a large office building with a bunch of lawyers in it. The lawyers will just go home and work from home, and it's fine. So I would expect that we do have a lot of latent demand for solar and battery storage. if we aren't already seeing these implementations among a select set of commercial properties. So I think having that resource to study, where is this already naturally happening, or can we encourage it to happen among the XAIs and the biotech firms and things like that, I think is a valuable function and something that we should be staying on top of. Would definitely be curious from Commissioner Croft or any other just qualitative stories of like where this divergence might be coming from. At least that's my perspective on it.
I'd be happy to answer if.
I was just going to say, Commissioner Croft, if you have thoughts, please go ahead and share.
Yeah, I'll just, so one thing is we've been having discussions at our commission on how to interface with you, especially when we have some divergence among our committee. So not only did we diverge with the Sustainability Committee, but we also diverged within ourselves. So I'll give you just a review. So we did see this topic twice, just cost benefits, not the metrics. I'd say we were all disappointed that the cost benefit wasn't more compelling at this time. And there were definitely two commissioners that were concerned that long-term resiliency, especially in emergency situations, wasn't really valued in this report monetarily, and they wanted to see more of that. So I was glad to see that on the plan going forward. And they also, I would say both of them probably thought that they should have been modeled somehow, like quantitated. I think we agreed with encouraging going along with kind of trying to figure out who is doing these things and encouraging them to do that. But we were following the methodology on whether you should invest money on incentives to do so. And so I guess realizing that the rates are increasing faster than we desire to see in the next few years, the city budget challenges, and that we thought the market might not be ready to respond to us kind of trying to push new technologies where there weren't a lot of comparators that we could go out there and say, or not a lot of known ways to integrate these new technologies. We did not agree on getting additional resources to kind of push these more aggressively. So we agreed with the original staff recommendation. We did move to amend to update the cost benefit analysis annually for electricity prices, as Jonathan said. But we literally, we moved to amend it and we voted on it, and that is what we passed, is with the recommendation to update it. Since electricity prices might move up faster than we expect, maybe we'll learn, and so that might change the analysis right there with that, making some of these options more attractive sooner than like a 2-year time zone or a time period. And so maybe we would change tack based on a new analysis with new prices. So where we diverged, we had 2 people absent on the day we were voting. It was a 3-2 vote to approve the staff recommendation with the amendment being to update for electricity prices in 1 year. The people who did not voted no were because of methodology issues. They didn't they didn't think that long-term resiliency was appropriately valued in the methodology. And then one of those 2 actually said that he really thought we should pick something and go for something. I mean, you guys just heard about SCAP, and there are these new technologies, and a frustration that there wasn't something that we could just say, we're going to do this. So that's kind of where we came out. So it was a 3-2 vote to go with the staff comments. So that's where we landed.
Thank you. That really helps me understand some of the rationale. And helps me think about the timelines myself for when we might want this extra staffing. I am way over time, but I really appreciate the comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Croft. I mean, overall, this is a pretty exciting presentation. I mean, that we can talk, I'll talk in a minute about where we want to go with our metrics and goals, but just where we're starting from is pretty darn good. And that's just, I appreciate it. Councilmember Burt went through the litany of the grid mod and the various other things we're doing to get better, which is a lot of times where the courses we need to chart, but we've charted it and we're doing it now. So that's a very good place to be. So first I want to sort of join the choir, as it is, on the cost benefit concept being broadened, essentially. Plus one to that we're looking at as the quantifiable, I think was Councilmember Burt's word on the page, but there's so much more than that. But it really started with Dr. Rosenblum and what he was saying about the other benefits of the DERs and such. And Councilmember Liu was driving to. I do think that that is something where there's more to it than just the dollars. And I like what Commissioner Croft just told us about the timing and some of that analysis, that it could become more attractive from the quantifiable point of view as well, depending on the fluctuation of electricity rates. So I think we should keep our eye on that and see if there's some more advantage we can get from continuing to encourage those. So, couple of questions on the metrics. So Sadie, Safey, Katie, those are all sort of this average interruption duration or average interruption frequency. But do we have anywhere for the average customer, the total time out of service? Like, do you ever just do that math? So it's not just like, each time, how many minutes or how many times does it happen? But like, if you take the how many times and how many minutes, you can say for a given year, it's average X minutes or hours.
So that's what Sadie would provide us on the average, right? So if you spread it across all customers, it would indicate that, I forget what the number is, but.
So that's the whole year. Okay.
Over the entire year,
missing.
you would experience 55 minutes of outages, say, right? If that's what Sadie was 55. So that's what it's meaning. It's over an entire year of all the minutes that's, over 500,000 minutes in that year, or that calendar year, only 55 would be without power for the average customer.
Gotcha. So Katie's each time, but the Sadie's
that's
the year.
Sadie. And then Katie would be of the customers that actually experience an outage, those average customers that are experiencing outages, they would experience, say, 120 minutes, right? So out of an entire calendar year, 2 hours of power without power. So when you start to look at the availability of the system, so the system becomes available 99.9% of the time. Now, that doesn't mean that those 2 hours aren't critical and very important to those customers, and it doesn't mean that the average, right, doesn't include people that have more outage minutes and customers that have less outage minutes, right? It's just an average indicator, right? But again, these are indices that the utility systems use, one, to rank and track their systems and trend it over time, but also compare it to neighboring systems for performance. Could we also include total customer minutes? Could we include total number of outages in a year? Those are another metrics that can be pulled out and tracked separately, but they're kind of baked into the Sadie, Safey, and Katie numbers. So it somewhat comes to be redundant, right?
Right. So can you subdivide the city at all? And the reason I'm asking is that we have this pilot area. If we were to proceed whichever next area, can we see if we could see a relative improvement in the areas that have had the grid mods happen versus the rest of the city?
Staff could likely look at breaking out outages by circuits or outages by substation, which would indicate certain areas within the city, and we could see which substations, which circuits are more reliable than others, and indicate that way. To try and break it out by geographical zones, regardless of the circuit, would be a little bit more difficult, but it's certainly possible.
It would just be interesting to demonstrate, quantifiably the improvement that would come, like with one of the things we're doing, in this instance, grid mod.
Yeah, so. One of the benefits of doing that too is that you start to indicate like which circuits are less reliable, and then do you focus in on those, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Troubleshooting as well. And that could also build more support for ongoing grid mod, because it's, it takes quite a few resources, and if people can see a measurable difference and improvement from those upgrades, that would be helpful for us in terms of marketing that. So question on the reliability goals in the staff recommendation. So the 5-year APPA, or the American Public Power Association's top quartile. So setting aside PG&E for a minute, but are those metrics, how do they compare, just better or worse, if you know, than with similar metrics for for private power? Like, are there numbers like that?
So in general, publicly owned utilities outpaced investor-owned utilities in general. That's just the numbers that are shown through an annual reporting, and then, it's just that's kind of the trend.
Yeah, that's what I expected, and I just wanted to make sure we're sort of clear on that if we're in the top quartile for APPA, we are way the heck above the top quartile for private power across the country. So I don't even know where that would be, top 10% or something, but it's high. So we're taking our peers in public power that are already better than private, and we're looking at the top quartile and saying that we would want to remain there or above.
In that top quartile, yes.
Yeah, within that top quartile. And then, and as you say, at all times outperform PG&E, which presumably is somewhat redundant, because presumably they rarely would get in the top quartile, a number that were they public, was in that top quartile.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you set a number, then it doesn't float with what is happening nationwide, right? I mean, tell me, could you, if you were to set a number, how would you go about that? I assume you would first look at like recent 5-year averages of the APPA top quartile, and then say, is there some higher number? I guess I'm wondering, how much does it fluctuate, and how much do we box ourselves in if we do a number versus a relative?
So the other utilities I've worked for, I've seen setting goals relative to that specific utility, regardless of what your neighbors are doing, is, trying to reduce outages by 5% a year, reduce outages by 10% a year, and trying to establish that trend line where you're continuing having that declining trend line. You could also do a rolling average over 3 years or 5 years, to kind of level out some of the fluctuations that you have from year to year due to, weather events, or just, the coincidence of outages in one year. Maybe you have a bad year with lots of squirrel activity, right? And the next year you don't have that. So I've seen that, and that's probably more reasonable. How you set that target towards the floor, like what's the minimum that's really truly achievable, with also maintaining, decent rates. That's probably not, I couldn't give you that number, but establishing a trend, right? Establishing a year over year, or, a declining average on a 3-year rolling calendar, that might be something that would address the desire of council that I'm hearing to continue to improve Palo Alto regardless of what's going on around us.
Okay, so we could look back historically in our town and figure out what's an aggressive but achievable rate of improvement given the various things we're doing. At some point, though, I mean, if we're super successful, that tops out.
Yeah, at some point, you're going to hit a floor. You know, I don't know that we could ever guarantee no outages, but at some point you hit a floor, but you could certainly set a goal like, you know, like as I suggested, is maybe a 3-year rolling average and looking at to see a 5% reduction per year so that you're continuing to see that downward trend of improvement.
The APPA averages, have those had a certain trend as well, or have those been kind of flat?
The trends that I've seen most recently tend to show them fairly flat.
Okay, so if we did not do what you were just describing, perhaps our goals would say flat, and so a way of having them ascend would be to have this year-over-year type of situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I do think that acknowledging that there's a floor, there's at some point, it would be interesting to hear further thoughts on that, I think, from staff. Okay, so I will stop there for now and turn to Councilmember Lowing.
Except that you just covered my core point. What I was going to ask for in a slightly different way, but we don't have to repeat the whole thing, but if we were trying to get better, now I was thinking of it as going to a ceiling of bestness as opposed to the floor that you guys were talking about. But there's some limit, and it's I don't know if you call it organic or whatever, but you know, what's the best we could do? And the related question is, you know, what's the kind of order of magnitude costs for that? And you brought up actually a pretty interesting example. I think you would have to look at things like, you know, massively reducing the squirrel population in Palo Alto, which I would strongly support. I've had direct experience with that as a cable outage, which they couldn't figure out until they climbed the poles and said, oh yeah, another squirrel. So you start to get into those kinds of things that you're really pushing the envelope to get there. You're moving that direction. So without repeating the question to you, is there anything you want to add in terms of the kinds of things that you would do and a feel of the order of magnitude of cost?
Well, order of magnitude, so tree trimming, and earlier council item talked about increasing the urban canopy, and I, as a power guy, think about tree trimming. So tree trimming is one of the reliability things, especially in a dense urban forest, right? So that's going to be a continued cost, and you could spend more and more money, and that's going to, you know, mitigate that risk of tree cost outages. But, you know, what we see right now is roughly 40-50% of the outages are equipment failures. And so trying to look through and proactively replacing things such as grid mod, which it seems like that's council's already put their support to that and funding towards that, and that's somewhat baked into the rates. I think that's where your next step is to look at.
On equipment failure, is that a global replace it sooner, or is that sort of a sniffer of the various areas of what's wrong?
I think you want to be strategic and really look at, you know, where are you seeing failures, what type of failures are you seeing, and really proactively going out after those failures. Additionally, knowing that you're going to have failures in equipment is finding, like, how do we proactively start to speed up our restoration times, right? How do we isolate customers, restore customers quickly, so that the long-term impact of the repair is limited to just a few or a handful of customers versus a large area of customers being out until those repairs are complete. So those are some of the triggers there. So some of it's, you know, maintaining the system, maintaining tree trimming, you know, and then some of it's equipment replacement, but also some of it's potentially like how we approach restoration of outages, how we prepare ourselves to restore outages.
So getting back to the sort of bottom line for the question that we're asking you is, can we do better than the top quartile?
Not to overstate it, I think we can. I think we've got room for improvement. I think there's a desire from staff to want to do good work here. I mean, I think staff are very committed to that, and so I think we can improve. I would say that the city of Palo Alto's numbers right now and for the past couple of years have been very, very good. when we exclude those weather events. So I don't think it's an easy task to improve, but I do think there's room for improvement.
And so is that something that you could quantify, maybe not tonight, but that you could modify based on our discussion tonight to get better than the quartile?
Yeah, and again, I don't know if we're comparing to the APPA quartile or comparing to PG&E or just looking at our own numbers and saying, hey, we think we could improve our numbers by 10%, right, on a 3-year average, right? So I think looking at that 3-year average and saying, hey, could we be 10% below that and setting that as a goal or target, I think that's something that we would want to work towards as a goal, right? Would we reach it? I would think so, but there may be other things that, prevent you from reaching that, right?
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Burt. Sure.
All right, if we're ready, I can make a motion, which is to accept the staff recommendations and direct staff to including the climate action sustainability recommendations on page 2 on number 3, D and E, and then additionally to direct staff to return with recommendations for quantified reductions in SAIDI, SAFI, and CAIDI, are they triplets or something? In addition to the performance metrics already recommended as comparison to industry other industry players, yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay. And just to note the comparison of there are the UAC recommendations and the Climate Action Committee recommendations, and when staff came to the Climate Action Committee, they presented these two sets of alternatives. We didn't develop them, we chose the one that's moderately stronger. As we had this discussion earlier about what's it going to take to come as close as we can to our 80-30 goal, our committee that's focused on our climate and sustainability plan said, well, if we don't take the moderately more aggressive approaches, then we've diminished our chances of hitting our goal. And if you look at the differences, for instance, in D1, the UAC recommendation was regular outreach as opportunities present themselves. The one we adopted was recurring and widespread outreach. On the second one, it was the UAC was posting available educational materials, and we said developing educational materials, et cetera. The next one was about facilitating regulatory and process changes as staff becomes aware. We said actively auditing regulations and streamlining opportunities. And then lastly, we had emphasized rather than integrating flexible energy technologies as staff time is available, we said actively and continuously integrating it. And slide number 20 basically looks at the resource differences needed to do those two. And it adds up to a little over a half an FTE per year in the difference. So that's a pretty small amount of investment difference for some pretty substantive changes in outcome. That's an awful lot to get out of a half person, I'll have to say, but I'll take it. So those are the reasons why the committee recommended as we did. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'll just say, I recall that, and we definitely wanted to be more aggressive. I don't think, at least for me, the budget issues of this year were in quite as sharp of focus, so I still support what we did, but I think when it comes to finance, there's going to have to be some digestion that'll be a little harder than perhaps we anticipated at the time, so I hope it can make it through that process. But these are quite close in any event, and I think this is an exciting set of work that's going to happen. Any further comments on the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Of course. I would just like to ask if the maker and seconder could please confirm this is correct. It was a big motion, so just wanted to make sure I got everything correctly.
Let's take a moment.
It looks right to me. And I will note, and maybe ask staff, out of even that difference in staffing level, some of that is utilities department and some general fund, or how does that break down?
We'll have to confer. I don't know that we have a recommendation yet.
Okay.
We're waiting to see what the
Very
council
good.
did tonight.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I'll go ahead and take the vote.
I think there's, well, hold on. There's two number 4s.
Oh.
So we probably ought to make one of them a 5. There we go.
Yes.
And could you scroll?
There we go. They probably can't.
The very bottom is a 4 and above that was a 4. Yeah, so I'm just making that a 5. Or is it supposed to be C? Yeah,
Sadie's mentioned twice.
It should be SAFE, the second one should be SAFE with an F.
Oh, yes. So in number 5 there, yes. And actually, can we take out 4? Maybe that's the problem, because we don't need direct staff to again, do we? Because we're going on with D. So that the first, the number 4, where it says direct staff to, I don't think we need, because that's, yeah, I think that's, yeah, so now we're good. That's why the other one was 4.
Can I ask, with respect to 3E, sorry, is this to only do the biannual updates, or also to do the single year updates of electric supply costs as well? Because that's not reflected there, if you want to have it in there.
I can't see the end of, are you talking about E? I know I can't make it move.
What are your thoughts, John?
Thank you.
I mean, I think we've said that this is a low intensity activity, and we could
Great.
integrate it without too much of a
And
problem.
we'd like to include the single year updates to the supply cost. Where is that again? 3E.
So the language could be adding on to the end of 3E, with an interim annual update of just electric supply costs.
Perfect language for this hour.
A couple of questions about the motion. This motion doesn't say anything about long-term resiliency and modeling that value. I think that's fine. I think that's maybe something we use as a tiebreaker, or something that's ineffable or sort of more case by case. So I just wanted to confirm if that was the intention. And then on return with recommendations, is that return to the full council as an action item or just return to committee, the sustainability committee, and then we could potentially put it on consent?
Let's let Jonathan answer the first one, and then we can hear about the second one, because he had.
3C is intended to direct us to return with a conversation on long-term
Oh,
resiliency.
oops, sorry, missed that.
Okay.
And my assumption was this would go to the Climate Committee and then to the council, and perhaps on consent, unless there's really a need for a substantive discussion.
I mean, I would prefer that. I'm just wondering how our liaison to the UIC feels about that.
I'd be fine with it being routed through them again.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that might be, does staff have a feeling on whether it matters, whether that goes to UIC?
I don't think you need to specify it at this point.
Okay, but, all right, so you'll figure that out. Okay. Now are we good, everybody? Okay, excellent. Thank you for asking us to do that, because obviously it mattered. Now I think we're ready to vote.
Mayor Vinger?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries 601. Lithcott Hames absent.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. And I would like to note that while it is 10:44, we are 11 minutes ahead of schedule and we are adjourned.
Thank you, Rachel.
Bye, everyone.